Over here, Ender.
So let me know where to go. So let me know where to go. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. Great job, guys!
Versus Santos Galar can you do it? Dan Alpar di sana! Ternyata harus hilang!
Avalanche fight as Lom gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 1v1!
Backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just
Kita ada satu buah reward point yang membuat pergerakan dari Mika terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang. Legendary! Leslie! Meet Mr. Bunny! Ta-da! Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
No! It's a decoy! I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
Over here, Ender.
Don't let me know where to go. Don't let me know where to go. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. Great job, guys!
Versus Santos Galas, can you do it? Dan Albert di sana. Ternyata harus hilang.
Ledge fight as Lone gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa, buhay pa rin. Ang buhay!
In the backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleats it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. It's just
Kita ada satu buah reward point yang membuat pergerakan dari Mika itu langsung benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumpah.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts Winning in game, para to sa PNNE Di mo matitinag aming boses on your level Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend Open fire, we unite, we winners Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of Switching a lane na parang gera HP racing, may reset up Built like a tank, buhat ni Hilda Full load SS, parang Lyra Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama patas Tagumpay natin to Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi po atras Kinikilala sa sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on, hold on, hold on. Yeah, wala kasang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malak crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. Taas sa matawa, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin doon ay tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Ano ba? Respeto naman, oh!
Cut mo na yan! Cut mo na yan!
Po, ikakat ko po.
Hindi siya. Cut niya na yung link.
Ah, okay po.
Ah, sakit!
Sakit ba, sir?
Hindi, yung MM ang sakit.
Tower lock!
Kuya, kalentong lang.
Ha? Nasa QC tayo eh.
Slow hands ka naman, Apo. Pero okay lang yan. Bubuhatin kita.
Thank you, Lola! Yay!
Station po tayo. Double check mo muna mga dala ng gamit bago po tayo lumabas.
Para sa tagumpay.
Manalo na yan!
Yes!
Pinatunayan na namin na Bren lang ang malakas.
Hindi na kami magpipigil.
Papatunayan namin, dapat pa rin kami magtagumpay.
Magbabalik kami sa itaas.
Nasa amin na ang lahat ng susi.
Kaya rin namin sa pinakamataas na liga ng Mobile Legends.
Nahanap na namin ang aming timpla. Handa na kami.
Kahit marami ng pinagdaanan, mananatili kaming lalaban.
MPL na 4PM 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 MPL na
4PM MPL na.
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 4PM MPL na 4PM MPL na.
Catch your favorite MPL matches every Friday to Sunday.
Only at the MPL Philippines YouTube and TikTok.
4 p.m.
MPL na
4 p.m. MPL na. 4 p.m. MPL na. 4 p.m. MPL na.
For so long, the world awaited our downfall. It's the end of the Philippine era, they said. That was until a swarm of bees from the hive emerged on top once more, claiming the coveted World Championship in their home soil.
Mara! Matagal pa ba yan? Ano kasi? Anong oras na ba? 4 p.m. na!
MPL na!
4 p.m. MPL na!
4 p.m. MPL na! 4 p.m. MPL na!
4 p.m. MPL na! 4 p.m. MPL na!
4 p.m. MPL na! 4 p.m. MPL na!
4 p.m. MPL na!
4 p.m. MPL na!
4 p.m. MPL na!
Maligayang pagdating sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. I'm Mara Aquino.
And my name is Hans Galeria.
And this is
MPL Philippines Season 13.
Welcome everybody! It's a whole new season. At meron tayong bagong theme ngayon. And that is para sa tagumpay.
That is absolutely right. Para sa tagumpay, we have committed so many championships, mapa local, mapa international. Dilanan na natin yung World Championship dito sa Pilipinas. And lo and behold, we're still the ones to get the victory.
Kahit lagong panalo ang Pilipino, even though we keep claiming the top, we're always victorious. We're still working once again to come out on top para sa tagumpay. Para sa iyo, Hans. Lalim ng tagumpay. What does tagumpay mean for you?
Well, thank you for that beautiful question.
Wow.
I think na para sa akin, tagumpay is a sensation. It's a feeling.
It's a feeling.
Of you achieving something and you feel good about it. Na once na, okay, na-accomplish ko yung bagay na yun and I feel good about it. So it's something na for me, tagumpay or victory in English. Sa'yo ba, Mara? What is victory or tagumpay para sa'yo?
Tagumpay is not just reaching the final goal. It's not
Okay.
just reaching your North Star, but how you change, how you improve, and how you influence everything around you along the way until you get to your North Star.
I love that.
Parang Miss Universe tayo
Okay,
dito.
and I thank you. As in, I thank you.
And I thank you.
Beautiful.
Thank you so much. Now, you know, maraming bago ngayong season. Hindi lang ang ating theme, pero meron din tayong bagong time slot.
Oo nga. I mean, I think hindi pa natin na-mention yun kanina. 2 p.m.? 3 p.m.?
Oo nga. Ano nga ba? Anong oras? Anong oras? 4 p.m.?
MPL na!
So meron tayong bagong time slot every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 4 p.m. at rolling schedule na tayo.
Yan.
Ibig sabihin,
Hindi na natin kailangan maghintay ng matagal para sa mga susunod na laban. I'm sure na nabibitin kasi, especially the ones that are watching at home na, ano ba? Mag-almusal tuloy. Mag-aapunan ba muna ako? Ganyan. Pero hindi na. This
na.
time, dire-diretso na ang action.
so kapag nagtapos ang ating unang serye, in 40 minutes, we just wait a little bit, the next game na.
Game na agad.
Game na kaagad. At hindi lang yan, meron tayong shout-out natin ang ating Art. Itong si Keds at Art Kapitan.
Look at
Keds
that.
Art Kapitan Tambay. Napakaganda naman ng comics na kanilang ginagawa. And we'll be having this every week.
Parang yung sumigaw ng MPL na yung tinanong ko kanina.
Yung kanina.
Kamukhang kamukha niya talaga. But again, major love to Ked's Art. And of course, sa ating community who are just showing out. And I am sure that they are ready for the action today.
Exactly. And for the fans out there na meron kayong fan art, keep sending it to our group. Malay nyo, ma-feature natin yan. Hindi lang bagong time, meron din tayong bagong format
Alright.
ngayong season. So, dati,
Ano yan?
meron tayong 3 points, 2
2
points,
points.
and 1 point.
Yup.
Depending how many times you win. Ngayon, basta panalo ka, automatic 3 points agad.
3 points,
3 points
is a
agad.
massive win.
Massive yon.
Lalo na kung iisipin mo with, the newest point system, gaya na nabanggit mo, 2-0 or 2-1 is okay. Pero may 2 points pa ba?
Meron tayong 1 point lang, basta hindi ka
Matatalo.
matatalo. Basta
Or hindi ka mananalo.
Basta hindi ka...
Basta hindi ka mananalo. Hindi mo mapanalo yung series, pero kuha mo yung isang game.
Basta hindi ka ma-sweep.
Yup.
Ayun. Ayun.
Okay.
At ngayon naman, meron din tayong sa regular season, meron na tayong gauntlet format ngayon.
Yeah, that's the thing though. Kasi yun yung kinalakihan or yun yung nakasanayan natin na regular season or playoff format. But for now, mas ramdam mo yung advantage of being the first seed, second seed, and third seed.
What's the
dahil
advantage?
tatlo na yung papasok sa ating upper bracket.
Tatlo na ang upper bracket, hindi dalawa. Tatlo.
Hindi na dalawa. Kung matatandaan natin in Season 12, it was just 2 members or 2 teams na pumasok sa ating upper bracket every time. Pero ngayon, tatlo na. And if you're the 5th and the 6th seed, well, you're gonna have to play 2 more matches para maarating dun sa upper bracket. So it's not the best situation.
So ngayon, it's gonna be a lot more competitive because all the teams are gonna wanna reach the top 3 to make sure they reach the upper bracket.
That's right.
Ang daming bago. And it doesn't end there. There's more.
Okay.
Meron din tayong bagong patch that's happening right now. May new hero tayo. It's going to be playable not until 2 weeks from now.
2 weeks.
Here in the MPL.
Yup.
But I hear the release, bukas na siya for everyone else.
For everyone to use it.
For everyone to use, you can try it out. The new hero is called Chip, and it is a support tank.
Yup, it's a tank support. It's called the Face Technician for a reason, and I can't wait to see kung ano ba yung mga skills na pwede niya ibigay all throughout.
Feeling ko, bigyan natin ng clue. Feeling ko, sabi nila, nagta-teleport.
Nagte-teleport, tapos kumakain din ng
Chips.
chicheria.
Kaya
right?
Chips ang kanyang pangalan.
Okay.
Hindi lang yan, meron tayong bagong hero that's gonna be played in 2 weeks here in the MPL. There's also nerfs on meta heroes.
There's actually a lot of heroes that you have to take note here. Just like the Paquito and the Irithel, of course, na madalas nating nakikita in terms of the competitive scene. But you can also take note at some of the nerfs that we have to take in motion here. Dahil kung tutuusin, there's Diggy, and most of all, the Nathan na madalas nating makita. But the most important part here is the adjustment para doon sa ating mga marksman. Because for everybody's information, pinasmooth na yung galaw ng marksman. And that is their main strength, to just try to give some space para sa kanilang kalaban at sa kanila nang maka-atake sila ng tuloy-tuloy. But, on the other hand, pinababa naman yung attack speed na makukuha mo dun sa mga items.
So how do you think the nerf, the buff, the adjustments on the marksman, how will that change this season?
Honestly, for marksman, mas kailangan nila sigurong mag-ingat ng konti. You have to catch first bago ka mahuli.
Sino yung pinaka-affected dito na marksman?
Well, pinaka-affected for me is probably the Irithel. Kasi gano'n na talaga siya all throughout. Yun na yung uniqueness niya. So parang medyo na bad trip siguro siya na bakit binigay sa lahat ng ibang mga marksman?
Oo, yun ang highlight sa kanya.
But at the same time, if you're taking at the best possible scenario here, it's probably the Kari and the Claude because they love to continuously move. Yung mga ganong klase ng basic attacks nila is something that you have to watch out for.
I'm actually curious if the teams today will be using Carry and Claude.
I know.
Speaking of, let's talk about today's schedule. So for today, it's going to be TNC versus Minana. There's a lot of new faces for TNC Minana. And for the second game for today, second series,
it's gonna be Blacklist International kontra sa defending champions ng MPL Philippines, AP Bren. Nagtagisa na itong dalawang to nung kamakailan lang na M5 World Championship. A few months from now, I'm excited to see how the progress has been made.
Na maraming bago this season, kaya siguradong mas exciting ang ating mga laban.
Kaya naman simulan na natin ang bakbakan. It's Minana Evos going up against TNC Pro Team.
Casters,
Pasok!
First impressions last. Two teams that have missed out on the playoffs for 3 seasons running look to make one impression, a renewed hope for victory. We welcome you once again to the home of champions, to the season premiere of MPL Philippines Season 13. My name is Reptar, joined here by Rockhard and Leo. Gentlemen, it's been a while. How are you guys feeling?
Feeling ecstatic right now here for the MPL Philippines Season 13. We got some new hope, a new hope theme. And two teams are really capitalizing on.
Yeah, it's a new season. There's a lot of stuff to look out for, but some things actually never change. After the World Championships, we're still on top as MPL Philippines, and we're still here at your service, and we're all out here, out for victory.
Out for victory are all the teams that we have, especially these two. It's kind of funny that we decided to add a theme of a new hope for these two teams, for Minana Evos, for TNC, considering that this is now their 4th season trying to just make it into the MPL PH playoffs. The past 2 seasons, Rockhard, 7th and 8th, bottom of the barrel.
That's true, especially heartbreaking for TNC, who has tried to stick with a certain roster for a few seasons, and then right now in this season, decided to overhaul it completely.
I think that's going to be to their benefit, though. You got to consider TNC have had a tough past couple of years. And now here in Season 13, they've actually done the opposite of insanity. They've totally changed their roster compared to Minana Evos, who kept a few key players. As you see here, I think that's good reason for them to both look at this season with a new hope.
Tried and tested is this roster of Minana Evos. Just a quick flashback to what happened last season. There was a 3-way tie of the big question of who will make it into the playoffs. Smart Omega, Onyx Philippines, or Minana Evos. Minana Evos did everything they could. They just needed Onyx to lose their final series. They did not. But the hope comes in the form of players such as the returning Hatred on TNC Pro Team.
And as a newer team, you know what? If you hear 1 point away from playoffs, it must be heartbreaking. But imagine Minana was basically a new team, a whole new roster almost, right? So that would be saying something, and that's why probably why they decided to stick with what they have right now. So I don't know if that's going to be the case for TNC as well, though.
Again, I can only imagine the kind of pressure on the shoulders of the young J-Lord Gonzalez coming in from his stint with MPL-KH. Imagine joining a team that could not make it through the playoffs for years now, and it's not like he had the greatest of times as an import.
Yeah.
He's amongst a batch of homecoming athletes. What's going on in his mind is what I'm asking. I'm good friends with him, but it's been a while since he's actually had that heart-to-heart.
Yeah, if you think about it, Hatred brings hope to TNC. But I think at the same time, TNC will have to bring hope to Hatred. He's back home. He went through Malaysia. He went through Cambodia. Didn't have, as you mentioned, the best performances there. But now that he's back after so many seasons, the last time he was here was Season 9 with Onyx Philippines. That has to bring hope for Hatred and, of course, for TNC. Now, let's switch on over to a player I want to focus on the side of Minana Evos, Spider Miles.
Oh boy.
King of stare downs, what I would like to call him. What hope did he bring to Minana Evos last season, Rockhard, and why was he such an integral part of that?
Well, Spider Miles, I would say a lot of people is looking to this guy as like one of a possible partner or an analog to the Queen, right? And that's something that you have to think about when you look at the hero pool as well.
Yeah, he loves those healing utility types of roamers, but we have heard something behind the scenes, and that might change a little bit. Let's welcome our marshals, the men who will be officiating this match. You have here Chico, Jeff, Patrick, and Wilbert.
Wilbert, you know, he loves him, that Mega Man, and Crash Bandicoot.
And now, let's welcome in our teams.
brimming with potential, tried and tested skill, with a little bit of luck. Will this be the season they become top of the pack? Welcome for their first match of Season 13. Roar for Minana Evos! Our greatest failures can often become the greatest catalysts of our profound reinvention. With their freshest roster revamp, can the Phoenix start this war with a victory? Always rise! It's TNC Pro Team! And welcome our coaches, Coach Bitoy and Coach Ben Things. MPL Arena, mag-ingay para sa unang laban ng Season 13!
Goosebumps! I now feel what The Rock feels every time he enters an arena. Minana, Evos, Domen, Kaizen, Lancy, Kirk, and Spider Miles.
Yeah, they basically retained one, and of course a newbie in the form of Kirk. Kaizen also going to be taking up the mantle of the jungle. Definitely one to look after here, especially since a lot of people have been eyeing this kid for a while now.
Kaizen, incredibly impressive last season, made a name for himself. A lot of questions on Kirk. He is the newer member of a tried and tested roster. TNC Pro Team allowed to prove with a revamp. Yasuo, Ryzen, Hatred, Heads, and Nomad.
More on Insanity. That's expecting the same results by doing the same thing. Nothing's gonna change. TNC, they had a total switch up here. They got newbies coming in. Heads, Nomad as the roamer. Hatred coming home. Ryzen, their new jungler. Everyone knows I'm a big fan of Dean Sumagi. Dean just fits in the black and orange so well.
Yeah, he is a jack of all teams. That I thought of that because I was inspired by you, Leo. He does fit in wherever team you put him. He was in Orange last season, did well. Now he's with TNC, and I wouldn't be surprised if he does well this season.
Something to note, Yasuo coming off of the coaching staff, leaving the job to coach Ben Things this time around. Another big topic that we will have to leave some time for later. I'm wondering how he's ready for today. I'm wondering if game day for him is as important or as difficult to set up for compared to before when he was behind the scenes.
Yeah, I would love to see if people caught that. Did you guys catch that, Coach Ben Things? It's a huge chill for everyone who's followed this guy all throughout the years.
Yeah, if you know Ben Thinks and the type of content he makes online, it feels like this was destiny for him in a way because he was the coach of us all. Hell, even players in the league admitted they learned new things from Ben Things ever since he started releasing those Ben Tips content.
Even before his breakout success on social media, there was a moment when we were all hanging out after scrims in the boot camp, and I could have sworn, Ben, maybe you should be the technical coach. Maybe you should do this. And this was in the early days of TNC. I'd say maybe 2 or 3 years ago.
Oh, so ever since then, it seems like he's just grown even more.
He's always had the propensity to just share knowledge and take a team and make sure everyone knows what they need to do. That's what Coach Ben Things is all about.
Coach Ben Things knows. But I think it's time for us to know about what else these teams need to do specifically for this matchup. Again, on one side, a roster that is tried and tested versus a roster that really needs to prove that a new, fresh face looks good for them. Hey, Leo, it's the keys to victory. What do you see?
Let's talk about it. The K2V brought to us by Infinix. First off, let's talk about Minana Evos. They need to get on board, get themselves some Mabuhay Miles. Make sure that Spider Miles here gets his utility heroes, support heroes, roamers that provide mobility, shielding, and CC, and not to mention vision. That's what they got to do to get on board the heart of Minana Evos. For TNC, they got to channel their hatred into power. It's no secret. Hatred, if you've watched the previous seasons of MPL, mechanically gifted, a tactical genius. He's moved from role to role, mid, jungle, gold. Anything you ask of J. Lord Gonzalez, he will provide. You just need to make sure you unlock it. That's what the other 4 members of TNC are going to try to do here. Play around hatred in mid. And last but not least, again, you know what to expect from these 2 young gentlemen on screen, but it's really the wild card, the X factor that's going to change everything. The wild left hook that you did not expect. That roundhouse kick that came from nowhere that's going to shock your opponent into submission. That's going to get you, them 3, after you do your K2V, brought to us by Infinix.
Man, that sounds like TNC's just ready to fight there. Everyone's just ready for those roundhouses and those punches.
Have you been watching a lot of martial arts films? I know you went through like a martial arts phase for quite some time.
Martial arts is part of my everyday.
Oh, so it's not just like it's not a phase in your life.
I'm a born fighter.
And let's see if...
I wake up fighting my demons.
Same, I think a lot of us do, but before we delve off into another discussion far deeper and maybe emotionally scary for all of us, TNC and Minana Evos, is it unfair to put so much onto this first series? Again, new point system. The more consistent you win, the better. The more consistent you lose, more punishing. You have been missing out on the playoffs for 3 seasons running now. Is it unfair to tell them, hey, this will set the bar for your season? Or is that something that you see is like within lines?
You know what? If anything, it's actually a bit better for these very scrappy teams. They don't always come out with the 2-0s, but they always love to fight it out, even in the previous seasons. They love to go to those 2-1s. And if you go with a 2-1 victory, no matter how the first game ends up, you're going to come out on top.
All right, I hate to throw it back to martial arts references, but yeah, no, in addition to your striking, to your grappling, to your offense, you got to work on your endurance, your cardio, and that's going to be more important now that you're playing with 2 key players in addition to Miles and Hatred. You're looking at Kirk, the new element in Minana Evos, their XP laner, and I was going to say Heads, because he was also prior the new guy on the team, but now check this out, the Roamer, also very new. It's Nomad. How's that going to work out?
Yeah, a big question on that young man, because as far as we've known, Nomad made a name for himself in the Philippine amateur scene as a gold laner.
That's
even.
right.
Now here he is, his first game ever in the MPL, and he's gonna be a roamer. Going up against a team that's been struggling alongside them, but almost made it last season. To me, Rockhard, you've been here way longer than all of us, ever since season 1. That's a lot of pressure, right?
That is. It's not a joke to swap out lanes. I mean, swapping out your roles is one thing, but you know, it's completely polar roles. One who takes all the gold and one who does not take any at all. I mean, imagine what that will do to young Nomad here.
Yeah, it's opposite of the nature, right? In terms of what the golden or roamer does, Leo.
So
I'm impressed. Again, even before we go into the Land of Dawn, see any performance, any results, I'm just proud of Nomad, given that he is the kind of soldier that Coach Bentings wants on his army. When Coach Bentings says jump, Nomad says how high?
Well, let's see if that's going to be the case here. And again, another factor for TNC Pro Team is Coach Bentings. And yes, we're talking a little bit more about TNC Pro Team here is because for Minana Evos, you know what they can bring to the table. Yes, there's always a new air of mystery every season with the picks, how you play. But with 4 out of 5 of their shining roster last season that ended the season on a high note, against a pretty fresh roster, yeah, we do have to talk more about TNC so people try to understand, and even us here on the desk try to understand TNC more. Let's reel it back now to Minana Evos. We gotta talk, I wanna talk about Domeng and his uncanny ability to just find gold everywhere on the map.
I mean, that's just a skill, right? That's just a skill that I think has been valued so much in this guy. Domeng is a very, you know, I feel like it's a very endearing person in the team. And he's just been picked up over so many other people for Minana. And he's been retained here for a good reason as well.
Yeah, no, again, it's smart to keep a talent like Domeng on a roster that is in flux. I'm just happy that he's here starting out. Because again, they're going to have to go with engines rolling.
Yeah. Speaking of Minana Evos, we're going to hear from a key member, one of the stars of that team, Spider Miles. Let's get into his head heading into Season 13.
Pagiging kalmado ko kahit anong mangyari sa in-game. Kahit nalulugi na kami, kalmado pa rin ako. Hindi ako natitilt. Ako yung nag-cheer up sa team namin kahit patalo na kami. Natutunan ko last season is yung sa playstyle, kailangan namin maging aggressive kasi napapansin ko ang passive namin maglaro eh. So yung inad namin sa team composition namin maging aggressive.
All right, so he mentioned there the addition of aggression. They added more aggressive heroes for their hero pool. So it's not just going to be like a utility Spider Miles that we might expect.
Maybe he's gonna scratch more, as a Minana player should. Maybe.
I'd like to think you evolve. In addition to how TNC changed their roster, as Minana Evos, maybe they don't want to change their roster too much again. It's 4 out of the 5 from last season that worked, right? I mean, the roster that we think for them worked. Maybe as an individual, you grow your hero pool.
Yeah. And to be fair, like one of the things that we mentioned about Minana Evos was that they were starting to get a little bit predictable, although more refined last season. You knew what kind of heroes they wanted to play, what kind of playstyle that they wanted to do, but it was getting easier to predict their drafts, their movements. Now heading into the new season, going up against a fresher TNC Pro team, then yeah, it makes sense that they added newer hero pools. Like, are we going to see Spider Miles rock out like more Kufros, Chos?
Maybe last season it was a question of whether or not they were going to be more confident enough to pull off these picks. Maybe this time around he's ready. We had a long time before the season started.
Well, to be fair, the aforementioned heroes aren't as hot in the metagame. Speaking of, I'm expecting an Arlott, I'm expecting a Tigreal. Those are the new heroes that we can expect the kind of player like Spider-Mouse to pick up to make sense to, you know, bridge that gap between utility roam and tank roam. That's gotta what helps Minana Evos get there.
Yeah, so now we know what Minana Evos asks for Spider Miles. He admitted it. He wants more aggression out of the young man. Now I wonder then what TNC, knowing that they're not going into this with their previously announced roamer captain in Super Yoshi, they're going in this with Nomad and Hatred. Now with Hatred being the hope of TNC, how is he going to evolve his game coming back to the Philippines?
Well, you have to remember, it's not a completely different TNC. We still have a lot of people in the back end that's still there. Benfings, Goyo. So there's still some TNC there that might be remnant, that might do good for them.
All right, something to consider. Ryzen is a role player. He's not the kind of player that I'd say, Kyrie is, not the kind of jungler that, say, maybe Jelly Boy is, right? He's more of a, dare I say, wise, dare I say, a Carl TZ nowadays that likes the Fredrin, that likes the Akai.
Modern day Carl.
Exactly. Compare that to your gold laner, Yasuo, who we haven't seen in a while. Hell, I don't know how to read him, again, coming from his coaching stint last season. Now, in the very same building, he's back in the gold lane. Remember what he did, like, I think 2 seasons ago?
Oh, yeah, I remember. In this very building.
Right about there.
Right about there.
He played Zilong.
In the gold.
And almost won.
Almost.
So again, very hard to read. Very hard to read. So where does that leave TNC's core now? Where does that leave TNC's damage source? Or again, just main way of winning team fights? From the mid lane. That's what I expect from Hatred.
Yeah, let's see if Hatred can step up. I'm glad that we mentioned here the element of surprise, because I want to visit our friends over in MPL Philippines. There was a game there between TNC's MPL team and RSG's MPL team, where the TNC MPL team played 3 games with fighter gold laners. Now, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen here, but what if that's what TNC can bring to the table? You know, tried and tested, proven Minana Evos with them saying we're going to be more aggressive. What if TNC's what the heck are we supposed to expect from them factor is actually their strength? Is that possible? Do you remember anything like that from the history of our league?
Well, something similarly. A lot of teams would start off with a nothing to lose mindset. I'd throw everything right there and maybe just build up from there. Throw in a gold lane Harif, that's pretty fun, right? Throw in the gold lane Zilong, that's going to be maybe on the other end of the spectrum. But, of course, I think Nana's going to be great.
Yeah.
No matter what.
Nana on Hatred.
Nana on Hatred.
It's okay. I think I can jive with that. But mind you, when that gold lane Zilong came out, it was season 11, week 2. So yeah, you're right. I agree with you, gentlemen, that it's gonna have to happen sooner than later if they are gonna try things like that. Because again, we already have Yasuo playing. We didn't expect that going into the preseason.
Yeah, that's true. So I think now we have to discuss the elephant in the room, which is based on everything that we talked about. We know in MPL Philippines, stability has always been one of the common factors of winning teams, of successful teams. TNC Pro Team, it seems like already from day one, the first day of MPL Philippines Season 13, they are now sort of the underdogs, is the best way to paint it. They're going into this with a lot of people saying Minana Evos is probably going to take this cake.
Well, to be fair, they have accepted that to them from a few times I have talked to them. And again, there's just nowhere else to go for this team but up.
Okay, so talking about brass tacks here, literally what they need to do, maybe Coach Ben thinks has to make like Leonidas of Sparta. They have to, you know, get these neon tigers. Are they still neon tigers? Kind of purple. And then get them into a corridor where in their type of combat reigns supreme, like the Battle of Thermopylae, and then trap them there. So that's where the draft will come into play. Maybe they know that Spider-Man has been playing a certain kind of role, and then they deny that kind of play style, and then capitalize on what trumps what's left.
Yeah, to be fair, to make that work, they need to know first what kind of game do they actually know how to play.
Well, that too. That too. Know that if they can play with a
So
phalanx, if they can play with a sword and a shield, if they can play with that weird weapon you see old gladiators use in those books.
The Gladius.
There you go.
Wow.
I finally got to contribute to the discussion.
There you go.
I was trying to find an in there. It's like I'm only remembering the Trojan War, Gladius. There we go. But I like that idea. TNC, if they want to come out of this on top, they need to pinch Minana Evos where it hurts. Or where it feels good. But more on where it hurts. The draft and the gameplay. I'm thinking jungle invades. TNC, be aggressive. Minana Evos would want to be the aggressor. Show them that even though you're playing off roles here, you're gonna be able to play aggressive, match that. Surprise Minana Evos that way. So I wonder if that could be a possibility because, again, going back to Hate who's in the mid, he invades really well, even way back when they were in Onyx PH.
Yeah, and other countries can attest to this. They have faced the wrath of Hate as well. And even again, not really many of those victories, but he did win a lot of those lanes.
Yep, again, Hatred has been all over the world when it comes to his professional career. And now coming back home, this is, again, safe to say, I'm getting a little emotional, but I miss seeing Hatred in MPL PH.
And it's good to see the young J. Lord Gonzalez back in the Philippines. Now let's talk about another elephant in the room, which is we just had a big patch. Pretty big one at that because mainly of the changes to our gold laners, our marksmen. Rockhard, you are the resident gold laner in this desk. What's the biggest change there?
Well, because of that, a lot of teams will literally come out guns a-blazing because they'll be using a lot of guns. They'll be using a lot of bows, and they'll be losing a lot of spinning light wheels. So,
for sure.
Expect Carry, Claude, and maybe some players like Ixia and Beatrix maybe come out here. And on top with removing the attack speed cap, or, you know, putting it from 4 to 5, which is, it sounds small, but boy, oh boy, if you know what you're talking about here, if you know how to play marksman, you know that's big.
And
maximum
it's
attack speed.
To talk about how these marksmen are making impact when Harith is making a comeback. Not just because of the MDL's global ban system where you really have to dig deep. This time around, Harith comes out even if it's not global ban. So I want to see that kind of dynamic. I want to see that interaction.
And you know what I want to see and what I love absolutely the most about our league. When we're here in MPL Philippines, in the professional scene, the home of champions, the chess match, that is the draft. We've discussed some picks on the gold lane. Leo, I want you to take the first cake here. Where are we in the meta generally when it comes to priorities? Give me one thing you like to focus on.
I'll give you 3.
All
That's
right,
just the kind of
let's go
guy
for
I
it.
am.
All
Number
right,
one,
thank
you have to have reliable damage.
Yes.
It has to be damage that's present where it matters, damage that can scale, and damage that covers the type of defense that your opponent will be finding difficult to defend from. So again, whether that be magic, whether that be physical, true, if you can build that kind, again, watch out for Leslie. Leslie might play a key role in the coming weeks.
Sure.
Also, re-engage. I want to see some re-engage. Mobility and vision. I'll put those two into one category. Re-engage. That's why Matilda is so good right now. And lastly, CC. You have to create a box, but also be capable of ending said box or penetrating your opponent's zoning. Check it out. There's the Matilda. There's the solid damage from the Joy and the Fanny. Mobility for the ladder. And, of course, the Claude. We talked about marksman. Big patch. Where's Carry? It's always been Claude, Carry, Carry, Claude.
That's true. So right now, what we talked about in the locker room, I love that that actually happened here. Joy definitely not going to be seeing the light of day. Same with Nolan. I was about to say Nolan. You guys are talking about this. And I love that we are actually still pretty much here on the cover. But yeah, where's the carry? Maybe left out on the field because right now Matilda not going to be available for Spider Miles.
Yeah. And what I'm seeing here is that Minana Evos is taking away those potential aggressors. We suggested TNC think about aggression. Minana Evos are taking away 3 of the most aggressive junglers you can put in that role, which I'm thinking Minana Evos might be going for a backline heavy composition.
There
Thank
you go.
you so much. It's the first day of the season, folks, and it's been a while since we've been on the desk. CC Pro Team, and I believe their last ban was an Angela?
Yeah, that's Novaria.
Novaria.
Yes, TNC does ban the Angela as their last one, and that gives Minana Evos, Coach Bitoy, the Novaria. When you do swing back, you could expect the Guinevere to come up, the last of the Jungle Trinity, at least for the current metagame. You can also expect the likes of Minotaur. There you go. Again, solid roamer, but I'm wondering why Arlott isn't as big of a priority.
Yeah. All right, there's the carry that you were looking for earlier,
early,
Leo.
yeah.
So far we've seen what we've discussed. It's going to be a backline heavy composition.
There he is.
The Minotaur, they're taking away comfort from Spider Miles in terms of the setup and the heals. There's the Arlott you were looking for also. And I believe the last pick on this first phase on the blue side, still some priorities up. I wonder if they're going to be considering picking up something. I was going to say Guinevere, but it's the Fredrin.
Okay, so that's a swerve for Minana Evos. Again, they have their CC. They have their vision. There's something I didn't mention that comes up often in drafts is peel. And there you go immediately. I doubt that this Fredrin is going to go into the XP lane. I don't know if Kirk is built that way, but can confirm this might really be like 9 out of 10 times the jungler. That's a closing pick for TNC. The Baksha going into the hands of Ryzen. We've seen him do that over the past few years.
This is one of the known factors here. I think this is what they're trying to do. They're trying to play with what they know. And what they know is, you know what, Ryzen all throughout, even from his Smart Omega, knows how to play the zero.
If there is something I'm going to say about TNC's lineup, though, right now, first half, 3 picks. It's a very slow type of team fight. You have to let it cook. You have to make sure that your opponent walks into your box because the re-engage on this is, right now, I got to say, it's miserable. If you miss the jump with the Baksha and you miss the ult off of the Minotaur, I don't know where else you're going to find the damage. You still have mid. So again, maybe that's where Hatred comes in. We were talking about it this whole time.
Yeah. I'm expecting a lot of tanky presence here for TNC. Both teams, it looks like they're going to be going for backline heavy compositions. A lot of reliance on protecting your mage and your marksman to be able to freely hit. Rockard, what else do you see in this draft?
I'm looking for a Lilia here for Hatred because they already built up a really danky, beefy front line. Make that initial engage count, but if you can't, blow them up with bombs.
And that is a great pickup. We learned in the last few weeks of MPL Philippines Season 12 and well, lately out with all the tournaments, that Lilia is a fantastic pick in the mid lane when you're up against what we call the slow front-to-back compositions. Leo, second phase of the draft is up, and Paquito was taken out here. What's next for TNC?
Yep, very well caught out there by Coach Bitoy because, again, Paquito recently got buffed. Again, very strong in the early game now. Mid lane and XP lane left out here for TNC. I will double down on said Lilia. It's the right amount of damage, the right amount of rotational speed, and the right amount of mechanics. It's weird that this little magical girl who hates the Monian Empire is actually a very mechanically demanding hero. You have to know exactly when to purify when it comes up, when to use and overcommit on your glooms and your shadow energies. I'm with it. I don't know. Am I getting tunnel vision?
I'm going to double down on that one because they made it so much easier to actually use her mechanics-wise. They removed the reset mechanic with the blooms, but they made the cooldown just so ridiculously low.
And there's no rush. Again, there's already a mid laner for Minana Evos, so instead they secure their XP laner first, given that the Arlo might actually still be an XP laner too. So they're kind of respecting the flex here.
Yeah, a lot of flexibility because now with the Terizla shown up, Minana Evos, I feel like they have to match the clear speed of one Terizla. And the picks of TNC tell me they don't want anyone who can easily break formations. If ever that Arlott is going to go into the roam, I'd want to see Minana Evos pick up something in the EXP lane like a Yuzhong, Lapu, who can quickly break formations and dive into the back line.
Yeah, it's funny. It looks almost like a phalanx kind of thing that they're trying to go here with TNC, right? Because They're going to hold steady. They're going to hold that front line strong and let that carry do his thing from the back.
Oh, right. I hate how we kept on shooing it in that, hey, Miles might pick up a new hero. Miles might pick up a new hero.
Nah.
The heart of Minana Evos. Here we go. Mabuhay Miles coming at you. It's the Rafaela.
And that is honestly a good-looking lineup. I'm not surprised that it is the Rafaela and then Clint. Again, backline heavy for Minana Evos. TNC.
And that's exactly what you want against a lineup that is, again, slow front to back.
Yeah.
Right? You want to burst them down, get rid of the peel, or even maybe get a pot shot at the back line if you find it free.
Yeah.
Maybe shock the Lilia, because the Lilia still looks good now. You put a Durance on that.
It's perfect.
And you make the opponents regret picking up a sustain. What was that? I don't recognize.
Oh! That real?
That is.
That real?
It's not too far from the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Like, this is very J-Lord. This is very hatred. And I'm wondering what words Coach Imba DJ is muttering to Coach Bitoy.
I'm loving it. I honestly am loving it. They did not overthink. You were mentioning over and over, Ned. They were very backline heavy. You know what? Let's go into the backline.
Yep. I did not expect this, but I am pleasantly surprised.
The reason why I think there's a part of you that doesn't sit well with it, again, now in hindsight, I am also thinking twice. Their wave clear is dog water. As Gideon would say, it's dog water.
That's a great way to put it.
When you're defending your inhibitor and you're up against the ropes, you're
going to have to throw everything but the kitchen sink just to clear.
That's true. You want to say not very good words. It's very difficult.
It's hard, that's what it is. Just like life in general. But yeah, this TNC Pro Team lineup, if this works, it is spicy. If it doesn't, then, well, I think we have a lot to think and talk about in terms of why that happened. Folks, it's been quite some time. Welcome to the land of dawn. Welcome to MPL Philippines Season 13, where in the first game, we see a cushion in the mid lane.
This is going to be fun times. And it's kind of uncanny because we mentioned this already. They're going to try everything here in game number 1. In the first day, right off the bat, just, nothing to lose here for TNC. What's the harm in trying?
I like it what they're doing, though. Again, they know that the Gushin, as soon as he finds that combo early on, wins. But Little Wonder Battle going over to Minana Evos. Let's put the emblems. Again, this Gushin is rocking penetration, Wilderness Blessing, and the Lethal Ignition. So, he definitely wants to win that matchup. Wants to get one sword spike in and then make Lancey regret. Make Lancey wish it was 10 minutes later.
Wants to move really quickly and then get those spikes in and get out.
Yeah, and when you think about it, this channels back to the history of hatred, really, as starting off as a jungler for Execration, eventually becoming a mid laner. Now he's flexing what he brings to the table for TNC. If you want me to be more of a backline mage, I can do that. I've got into the World Championship Grand Finals as that, but I can also play assassins, play aggressive.
Ooh, guns are blazing here for Doming. Do you see that? How smooth these auto attacks are really sinking their teeth in. And Nomad going to be just absorbing some damage here. And I think, the bottom lane fight is going to happen later on. Let's have a look at the third layer.
All right, it spawns 2 minutes in. Something to note, gentlemen. On a, piece for piece, lane for lane, TNC is not going to win. They need to make these 2- and 3-man ganks work and then go from there. Pick off. And then next, they cannot just take objectives the way Minana Evos can. Like this, look at this now. They got vision on 3.
Yeah, they got full vision and a good strike in from Kirk. Dives in the lore here. Hatred to the first kill of MPL Philippines Season 13 and the turtle to boot. They're going strong, they're going heavy, and Kirk can't take it.
Oh, they thread the needle. They find that inch that makes the difference. I was saying pick off, and then the turn, and then the objective. TNC did exactly just that.
That's how you start off the season. The first turtle, the first big fight of Season 13. Hatred gets a double kill. The man that we painted as one of the new hopes of TNC. And I would like to call what TNC is doing now the TBS, the throw body strat. Because that literally was just them throwing bodies at Minana Evos.
And what makes it so lethal is as you throw bodies, there's that little needle in the haystack. It's enough to incapacitate one, and then you go from there. You win by numbers, and that's exactly what they did. Their life bars were just but under half compared to Minana Evos, and again, you had the holy healing to boot. But when you pick off one already immediately, the numbers go up against you, and the numbers don't lie.
Yeah, that's TNC knowing exactly where Minana hurts. Their front line is something that you can kind of just bypass, and once you go through that initial final slash, it looks pretty good for them.
Uh-oh.
Bottom lane.
He's in. Trying to see if he can get some hits on the Yasuo. Nomad there for the backup as well. Domeng just trying. You know what? He's trying to capitalize as much on his range, but he's not getting as many hits as he can.
Yeah, and I think at some point now, Minana Evos are going to decide whether or not they're going to commit for turtles or really just do everything they can to make sure Doming can get to scale fast. By the way, this is the 1,874th game of MPL PH.
Oh, thank you
for victory.
Thank you for that. That's a lot of victories, Reigns.
And also L's. And again, that's how you learn, right? That's how
Yeah.
you grow. And that's how TNC has got here. They know that they were going to face down an L if they don't try something new. And here, they're throwing bodies, looking for pickoffs, 3-0 already.
Wow.
Going for Grand Theft Purple. I think Ryzen's threatening to steal. He's trying to force Kaizen to use the retry. Kaizen does not budge.
As we set up for the turtle, this is what is expected of lineups that have tankier jungler and roamers compared to the other team. They will invade. They will set the tempo like this. So again, the question is, when will Minana Evos commit to helping Domeng instead? Because they're clearly going to lose the major objective battles, Rockhard.
Yeah, that's right. They got great ways to get some vision in, but there's not much they can do about it. Right now, Ryzen, he's doing something about it. With Spider Miles, gonna be put up very low. Domeng stuck under the turret here. Not really much he can do when Yasuo close by. They might just try to go for the turret.
I appreciate this rotation from TNC. This allows for them to buy space for Yasuo. And oh wait, fight in mid!
Oh, beautiful fight here. Heads could go down, and I think
way.
he will. Kirk making
What?
it so hard, though! What was that?
That's the BOS, man. That's the BOS. The body of Smith, keeping heads alive. Plus the built-in spell vamp from his custom emblem, the fighter emblem. And that's it. He was just swinging around. I love how it just perfectly landed. The penalty zone. Like, all right, I just need this much life, and then we go.
Oh my goodness. Heads, the former XP laner of Euphoria Esports in the MDL in the Philippines, a champion in his own right, in another major international tournament for amateur teams. As we look at the items, anything standing out?
What's standing out to me is the fact that he did that while still having enough money to buy that casual Fury Hammer. He had enough money to build CC prevention boots, tough boots, and then the dominance ice. I mean, maybe the ice was built after that, but still, this is an economical advantage TNC's playing with. Did he steal?
Yeah, he did.
Grand Theft Purple!
4K the boot as well on the goal. That is just looking stonks all over for TNC. Plus, they're also camping up close onto these bushes. Feels so easy for them to take these objectives right now. If they try to go for a contest on the turtle, they could hurt on top.
If you love the history of our great league here, seeing Hatred bring up its Onic time sticker, feels good to see him back. Doesn't feel good for Minana Evos though, as TNC, it looks like they're going to be able to get this third turtle without a problem unless Minana Evos have a death wish, because it's way too risky.
Yeah, they're building up the pressure.
Oh! No! I spoke too soon! I spoke too soon! Okay, Lancey, you shut me up!
All right. That was as good as it gets here as well.
I totally forgot my train of thought. Lancey just from out of nowhere.
That was insane.
That's a precise kill is what they call it in the business.
It
was. Oh,
was.
yeah.
It's a precise kill.
Yeah,
if only there was a precise kill notification for a turtle, right? Yeah, that's beautiful.
Yeah, precise kill on the turtle. Lancey just gave me the look and nod of approval. Reptar, you can talk now after doubting me. Sorry, Lancey, but let's see how much did that do for Minana Evos' ability to come back here, because TNC is still in control, Rockhard.
Yeah, they're not done yet. That's what Minana Evos is trying to do here. And now, obviously, they will still keep that turret. And the next Lord is very far away.
All right. About 8 minutes in, I think Minana Evos has an overload on vision.
Yes.
We're looking at a lineup that definitely knows what's coming up, but with very little anything to do when it does come up, especially with the lineup TNC has been able to draft.
Yes.
And the one glaring weakness at TNC that we pointed out was their wave clear or their map control. Again, you're seeing that in top lane. They were taken down tier 1, but that's about it. They'll not have to worry about it up until maybe Minana Evos is able to stabilize. I'm giving Minana Evos until maybe the 11th minute mark. If they don't fix anything, or if at least they're alive up to that second Lord, then maybe, just maybe, they can come out of this and come back.
Yeah, that's essentially all they have to do, man. As long as Doming's alive down there, or right now, in this case, in the middle, they're fine. As long as he's flashing those stickers, they should feel good. But right now, will they feel good once Hatred gets into these positions where he can make an assassination happen, which has not happened in the past few minutes?
Yeah, TNC Pro Team still in control. And again, I thought going into this they'd be the underdogs, but they're proving everyone wrong here. Playing very well together. The Filipino amateur scene gold laner is doing a tremendous job as a roamer. The rotations, the timings, how he's going around with Hatred and the other members of TNC Pro Team, he looks like a natural.
Two factors. Number one, as a gold laner, you know where you need to be protected from.
Oh,
you know
yeah.
the angles, you know the weaknesses, the Achilles heels of such softies like a carry. And number two, Hatred is amazing on comms. That's just what it is.
It's working. It's working.
Look at that Lord. He's going down. It's melted down real quickly here. Kzen.
Kzen's here and heads. He's going to activate the penalty zone quite early. And the miss on the Minoan Fury as well. Yasuo, he is making it work. Beautiful fine slash, but no one to follow up here. Kirk, what were you thinking? Hatred goes down, and Lord will help with that. Spider Mouse just have to watch as CNC battle down on the Lord. But look at that.
TNC Pro Team. Hatred found the angle to go into the back to stop Minana Evos from potentially finding a turnaround, and they get the Lord, as Domeng was just saying, I'm just going to push down mid instead.
And again, Doming was making the right call.
Yes.
Taking out these objectives, these standing objectives on the map to help close that economic gap is what you should do as a gold laner that's been behind the whole game. And again, a little bit of silver lining, he hasn't died. But looking at what TNC did there, quick recap. 3 for 1 was the eventual trade, and then Hatred died. I'd say as soon as he went down, after Spider-Man shut him down, he said worth it. And that definitely was worth it. A Lord for a few kills and a mid lane is more than worth it, given that they got the Lord, they got map control, and they're all still here again. Hatred can definitely afford it. Looking at the item builds here, he is, again, playing very well in mid. He's 4th on the economy.
Yeah, Hatred feeling really gushy right now with how he's playing that Gushin. TNC Pro Team, can they make something out of this? Ryzen goes in.
Oh, Ryzen, he jumped in. He's found Final Slash. He's going to go down without doing anything. Nomad going in hard. Hatred as well, looking for the target. Kirk is going to be the one to choose. Kazin will follow. Yasuo is still pretty much a spinning, slashing machine here. Nomad, he's going to have to run for it.
Bang! Just like that.
The first few times in this game that Minana Evos actually punished TNC. Started off number 1 with the misplacement on Ryzen. Yeah, Abax is chunky, Abax is hard, but not that hard.
Not that
Plus,
hard.
Again, showing you how this slow and steady lineup that TNC has, wherein you can only really put the carry in such a position, shows its cracks. Because after spending so much time with that turret by taking down the inhibitor, eventually Minana Evos was able to put enough damage to get that 3 for 1. Here, you see here.
TNC Pro Team cannot commit like this. I get what they were doing. They wanted to do it for the turret, but a little bit too risky for my own taste here. So we take a quick little pause. We finally take a quick little breather for all the action that we've seen. All right. Just to revisit everything that's happened, TNC took control majority of the game. But a factor here that I believe now we have to acknowledge is Leo, Minana Evos with items. Better scaling compared to TNC?
Yep, is this not where we were earlier? I said 12 minutes. I hate to say I told you so, but I told you so. They found the punish. They found the window. And yeah, it did come at the cost of Kzen, but you take what you can. And again, it still stands. Doming hasn't died.
Yeah, even after everything that happened there, the chaos, that was the mid game and the early game.
So now as a member of the Phoenix Army, as of the Phoenix fam, or whatever they're called this season, you have to wonder, what do we do next? Because from now on, it's slowly becoming an even ball game.
Yeah.
We're going into the 5th round of this MMA championship fight. Because again, this is just the first day of MPL Philippines, but it is the home of champions. But we're going into a point where it doesn't matter what you did in the first 10 minutes. As soon as you find a way to, again, force your opponent into the base, MNNE can do this 2 more times. Mid inhibitor, top inhibitor. TNC have to be smarter this time around. They can't do what they did in bottom lane because the next 2 times it's gonna get worse.
Yeah. Now that Minana Evos is under the tower, under the towers, under the base, it's gonna be easier for them to find that turnaround win. Because this is what their lineup looks like it's built for if they lost the early game. As we get a quick little slash there from Marshall. As we head into the game now.
All right.
TNC has to be a little bit more careful.
Yeah, and Hatred is going to have to really struggle to stay consistently relevant here all throughout this game, because everyone who's played Gushin knows it's going to be a fall off if we get to that point where we feel like we're even.
That's right. And folks, just as a quick jog of your memory, yes, you did see right in the original game overlay. Yes, the gold lead has shrank. It's now down to just above 4K. So imagine what that looks like. If you're thinking of, oh yeah, it's a majority on carry, he's just 1 item above Doming. And that's just 1 item. That means across the board, you're going tit for tat. You're now just playing for position. It's no longer an arms race.
Yeah, definitely. TNC Pro Team, yeah, very dive heavy. That's what you get when you have a Gushin with you. Minana Evos, Doming, placing himself really well here. It seems like, trying to imagine how the team fights will go. It's like TNC will go in, they'll probably be able to take down 1, but then TNC starts to feel the pain. Oh, they can't get to the Clint. Well, as long as that Clint is up, it's going to be really hard for TNC to end this game.
Yeah.
But as soon as that Clint goes down, it gets so difficult for Minana Evos.
So again, it's as simple as winning in MLBB. It's as simple as taking home a World Championship. Just take the trophy, just break the base. Don't let Doming die.
Don't let Doming die.
Don't let Doming die. And again, they have so much vision. They know in which angles TNC might be coming from, if not just the old-fashioned up front. So even if they were to try to pull a Trojan horse, much like they did with Hatred about 6 minutes ago, it's no longer going to happen. They did it with Miles. They did it with Lancey. But I don't think they can pull it off with Doming. If they do it with Doming, ring the bell.
Man, so easy for them to remember. 3Ds, don't let Doming die.
I like that.
That just rolls off the tongue there, man.
That's a K2V for the next week.
Yeah.
K2V.
We're bookmarking that. We're telling our writing team, don't let Doming die. That's going to be the next K2V for Minana Evos. Definitely. And I just want to point out here, or ask you, Rockhart, rather, other than the gold laner X factor here, what else do you see either Minana Evos or TNC need to do for them to get the result that they want?
I think way too crucial here for more than ever for Spider Miles to know how to disengage, because I feel like all TNC wants is to start that fight. I feel like they need to know how to circumvent the Minoan Furies here, because the moment that they do, it feels so much easier for them.
And I agree. I think #1 priority for Spider Miles, nay, for almost about everyone, for Minana Evos at least, now for the next Lord Dance would be, and yes, indeed, folks, we're still in the Lord Dance era.
Oh, yeah.
It's just a new kind of tempo, new kind of steps, is a reverse collapse. We've seen this just a few times in 2023, wherein it's a team fight that you know you're going to get into, but you don't lean into. It's basically the equivalent of, for those boxing fans, the bob and weave, the rope-a-dope.
Oh, okay.
There
so
you go.
It's like you make it look like you want to get hit. Maybe you take a few hits.
Yes. And then you it's a fadeaway shot, basically.
There you
it's
go.
It's a fadeaway three-pointer.
But
with theatrics.
In boxing. I get it.
There you go.
Fadeaway in boxing.
Sports ball.
Sports ball.
Show me how that's done.
That's why we're in esports, ladies and gentlemen. But we're honored to be here in the biggest esports league in the Philippines and the home of champions for worldwide Mobile Legends Bang Bang action. If you are just joining us now, you see on your screens Hatred, the former member of Onyx Philippines and MPL Philippines Season 9, who went on a tour to Malaysia, who went to Cambodia, and came back home with a struggling TNC Pro team, a team that has failed to make the playoffs 3 seasons in a row, and now he is in a starring role in the mid lane, starting this off playing Gushin. Minana Evos, on the other hand, with a star player, Spider Miles. Can he be the orchestrator of that good re-engage, the counter against the Minoan Fury of the gold laner turned roamer in Nomad?
Yep. Oh, look at this. Ryzen actually caught Lancey in a pretty bad spot here with Yasuo doing some work on that turret. That will mean TNC is going to have more freedom as to where they will go next.
All right, so I'm glad to see that maybe even Lancey can pull off the reverse collapse. I'd like to see an item build on that in just a bit because it's not easy to actually fend off a Rabid Baksha. Like, he did that. I mean, almost single-handedly. Spider Mouse did kind of help, but the fact that Lancey isn't dead with the help of the Astral Recall for sure means that they have now more than 2 ways. Maybe they have 3 ways to go for the reverse collapse to bait out ults from TNC.
Okay. Big Lord fight here. Could determine who will control or maybe even potentially win the game. Minana Evos trying to find that good positioning. Gotta watch out for Lancey. He was able to steal Turtle earlier. It's down to almost 40% here, Rockhard.
I love this. I love Hatred's positioning right now, looking for a key target. Obviously, he's going to be maybe Doming, but he's going to be fine with Kirk maybe or Spider Miles. Hatred still not pulling the trigger here. Lord staying very low. And there you go. Pets go straight in. They take out the jungler, and that should be good for everything here for TNC.
Amazing. Christian Morada heads coming in with the flicker penalty zone to shock Minana Evos. Again, they were setting up the reverse collapse, but you ain't gonna reverse collapse if you're all knocked up.
Heads telling Minana Evos, can you dig it with the 5-man, 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 5-man penalty zone.
Over and over again so far. It looks like he can do no wrong. Feels
What a
so
way
good.
to make a debut in MPL Philippines here, Rockhard.
Oh, look at this. Ooh. Ah, that was so good.
That was a 4-man.
Technically 4-man.
It was
but
4.
Kaizen was already in too deep.
Yeah.
If only he had his way. So, again, amazing work from TNC. And did you see that? They were set up in this small Cyclone Eye corridor. What did we say earlier? The Battle of Thermopylae!
Oh, there it is.
Pinch them in the tight spots where it hurts. Predicted
Literally.
perfectly. But now can TNC end the game here?
Yeah, that's going to be a big question here. Obviously not going to be enough. Is this Lord? It's pretty early on, and these Lords are quite fragile here, but it maybe depends on who White slip up here.
Kirk.
Oh, beautiful!
Yes, hello!
That's all they need to do. Nomad's down. He's going to use the flicker, but he will still fall.
What did we say about the punish in mid being worse, gentlemen? Earlier, it was a 3-for-1. Sure, you got something from Minana Evos. Now it's a 2-for-none. 15 minutes in.
Oh, Minana Evos.
Never really tell.
The 2 EXP laners. Earlier it was Heads. Now it was Kirk telling the members of TNC, I'm going to beam you up back to your base. And now Minana Evos have pushed forward in the best looking position they've been all game so far.
This is the furthest Minana Evos has gone through the map in all 16 minutes
all
of game
long.
1.
Yeah.
I bet the moment they crossed the river, it was like, oh, this is what it feels like here.
Oh, look, it's greener here.
It's kind of greener here.
That was there this whole time. All right, check out the items here. All right, so again, it was all off of the Astral Recall and the heals because Lancey's playing with all firepower. He just needs one more core item, and I'm guessing that could be a Holy Crystal, that could be a Durant if he's had enough of Heads and Nomad, yeah. But looking at Doming as well, also just short of one more. Guessing this might be a DHS. Look at all the HPs playing off of TNC.
This is going to be so good, and we'll definitely see what this almost uncapped attack speed looks like on some of these marksmen. And maybe we'll see who actually deserves that spotlight in the marksman role.
Interestingly enough, none of that matters for Minana Evos, at least this lineup they have.
Oh yeah, with this one.
Yeah, so again, they're playing off meta. They're not using what changed in the game, and they're playing with what they know, what works.
Yeah. And I'm not going to knock it. It's a safe way to approach a new season. New way to play the game, just reinventing or refining rather what you already know. And so far it's working out well for them because they're up against a team who still maybe have some kinks in their communication when it comes to aggression. Let's see. Flying out. Rising got the info.
And you know what they know? As long as Doming doesn't die, they're good.
Yeah.
That's what they know.
Minana Evos. We mentioned earlier the backliners need protection, but the backliners are doing a great job protecting themselves, making themselves unavailable. Look at the damage on Doming onto Ryzen. No, Minana Evos look good when it comes to taking this Lord.
I would say we're almost there. Obviously, this Lord waiting patiently here. He's waiting. He's ticking down the clock, waiting for something to happen.
All right, let's get the orange onto Doming here. Kaizen picking up an immortality, so those 4-man, 5-man, big ticket FPZs aren't going to be as lethal, not going to be as hard of a punish. Hatred taking that Y bush. So definitely, I think they're playing off of the Hatreds combo. Credit to Rayash. Hatreds, because it's two main engagers that definitely can kill. If it's a PZ, then yes. If it's a full combo from Hatred, that's a free pick-off. So as long as Minana Evos knows where either are coming from, they should be fine.
Okay. They got some information where the Clint was, so now TNC are going to rush this floor. Can they get it this time, Rockhart?
Yeah, Hatred still has not shown his face on the map, and Minana are wondering, where is this guy right now?
Yeah, I agree with you. It feels like they're looking for the cushion right now. They're really biding their time. They want to know where the other members of TNC
It's
are.
on half, though.
One specific one.
And they might be running out of time here.
Someone
And
needs to pull the trigger.
They got Sue, and Heads is waiting. He is itching for it. Same with Nomad, but Kirk, will he be the one to throw out that final slash?
They still don't know where Hatred is.
Still no info.
Lord gets reset.
Oh boy, and I think Lancey has no choice but to split up.
Yeah, they need to clear it. And now they know they have the advantage. Hatred in range.
Yep.
Is he actually going to go for it? Are Minana Evos thinking, did Hatred go back to Malaysia or Cambodia or something?
That's going to be a quick question here. And beautiful Manoa Fury knocks up Case, and that might be immortality going down. HP is going to go back, though. Nomad's quite low. And look at that! Hatred found that target. Lancey goes down.
Oh, but they live. Minana Evos.
They're going. Dominic, stop dying. Dominic, stop dying.
Here we go. They're still going.
They're doing it. They're doing it. Dominic went insane.
Raise your right hand to your chest. Welcome back to the members of Doming Nation. They will have the wave clear, but it was the Clint, and they couldn't find it.
Hold up. I think this is it. This is it. Spider-Man says it's endable, or at least they need to go for the penetration. It's what? At least 15 seconds until another member of TNC comes onto the map. Are they going to get it?
Oh, I think they're good. I think
Yasuo,
they're good.
they're good.
Yasuo. That was
good.
Bro.
All right.
So crucial that Doming didn't die.
Sheriff Doming to you.
Sheriff Doming.
Apologies, Your Honor. But man, oh man, because of that, and to boot, TNC could not get that Lord properly as well.
Yeah, and you saw there, Hatred was definitely trying to find the Clint, but he had another member on him, so Hatred quickly just thought, I'm just going to go for Lancey instead
He
and
found
try to
Lancey,
see
yeah.
who else I can get.
Whoa!
Oh man, that's a very early final slash though. Ryzen going to be put on quite low. He can't die or else the Retry's going to go. But Kazan, he's going to re-engage here. Heads, Yasuo actually popping up already. The Wind of Nature, that might be huge. And that will be the disengage.
Amazing tranche juggle onto Kazan as well. Gotta give kudos where they matter. The young jungler from Minana Evos had his immortality timed out. Just recently came from a respawn. He said, you know what? Fast hands, win a tranche.
Pretty brave. Pretty brave. Love that.
And because of that, they can still dance.
Dance just keeps on going. They got the healing from Spider Mouse to keep it coming. And it looks like TNC's just not in position to contest here. Nomad's close by. Ryzen taken quite low. With Heads. He's got the flicker and he wants to use it.
Yeah, so a bit too far also. What does hope look like for these two teams, and who's going to get it?
Or slow here, Nomad close by as well.
Oh!
Yasuo in the back.
Really?
Ryzen takes that. And of course, the fight is going to be a big question here. Everyone's on the party right here. And from Obelisk, and Nomad's going to fall. Nothing else to do here but to run for the rest of TNC.
2 for 1 so far.
They gotta run.
Minana
They
Evos
gotta go.
coming out on top. Yasuo down to a half health. Ryzen running away.
Oh, he got stopped.
That's going to be a big problem here. How is he going to get out of here? This is so sticky, such a sticky situation.
Oh!
Lord went the other way.
He
Lord
went
the other way.
No.
It needed to go down mid, but it went the other way. And Minana Evos look good. They might be able to end it here if Yasuo and Nathan can stop them.
Man, not like this, man. And that's exactly how it's going to be. And it's going to be Minana with a 1-0 for you.
Welcome to MPL Philippines Season 13. Minana Evos have roared louder than the Phoenixes in what was a great game #1 in this best of 3 series.
I was gripping my seat there in that game, man. What a roller coaster.
The only way I can explain this matchup, or at least game 1, is a 4-hour slog that was directed
By Peter Jackson?
No.
Quentin Tarantino.
Who did Transformers?
Michael Bay.
Michael Bay.
It's a
Michael Bay.
4-hour Michael Bay film.
Yeah,
That's
definitely.
exactly what it is.
Explosions everywhere.
Everywhere.
The way that they wrote one of the protagonists with plot armor is Domeng.
Oh yeah,
Man, oh man.
for sure. The positioning, and not just his positioning, how he used the flicker so well, right?
Bro, that was insane.
You saw every time TNC did everything they could to find him, but they couldn't find the clinch.
And imagine how good the engage tools of TNC is here, right? The biggest engage tools in the game. It was so difficult to find this guy.
And I think that's one problem the TNC lineup had. They spec too hard into engage, spec too hard into the collapse, that yes, they would win 8, 9 times out of 10. But when it came down to other avenues of assault, other ways to fight, if it wasn't through the hatred pickoff, if it wasn't through the heads 4-man, 5-man penalty zone, where do they go from there? And it's that same tunnel vision that made it so difficult for TNC to bounce back when Minana Evos was starting to climb back up. It was impossible to come back from a comeback.
And the interesting thing there is, like, for majority of the game, it really felt like I felt the impact of heads more on the side of TNC Pro Team. Then as it extended, it seems like Kirk was trying to find his angles, his confidence. He found it, because as the game went on longer, it was Kirk who I felt like made some key final slashes and even stunts and stops, especially there in the mid lane against Ryzen, to find an edge for Minana Evos.
I was thinking about that, like so many moments that Kirk hesitated on the final slash, but in the ones that really counted, it really did turn the tables for Minana.
It's the mix of trigger discipline and right up to the very last moment using his kit that made the difference between heads and Kirk. And that's why Kirk is our MVP. Check it out. If you're going to try to build an Arlot and you want to sustain, make sure you rock this emblem build. It's the common emblem build with adaptive attack. Blessing for the river, and of course Brave Smite. I guess that's why it bought him like an extra second or two, is because with every hit he would heal, buy time, weave in and out, get a little bit of regen from the Oracle and the Radiant Armor, and then go from there. Again, something tells me this was a 22-minute game, yeah? He was juggling items. He picked up the Fury Hammer in the heat of battle just to be able to close off those stragglers, the extra 1, 2 HP heroes from TNC, and that's what allowed for them to go for the eventual, wipeout.
Yeah, we talked about hope when it came to two teams, but now for Minana Evos, they found hope in an unexpected source in their newest EXP laner, the question mark in their chemistry, Kirk. Good for the young man, impressive. And again, this isn't his first time in MPL PH. He was previously a member of RSGPH, if I'm not mistaken, but this is the first time we really got a good introduction to him.
Yeah, and you know what? You can't really like bonk heads here. He did pretty good in those early ones. Maybe at the later parts of the game, he just didn't have as much confidence as he used to in the mid game, right? So I know it's a big question as well. Target priority maybe for Hatred. It was hard for the guy. I mean, it's a Gushin. You take what you can get. Whoever's in range who looks like a good target, you have to go for it.
Eventually, I think TNC ran out of time and space on the map to find those pickoffs, to find those moments wherein it was unpunishable. And here they tried to go for the same trick, right? The same trick in the same corridor, and then Minana Evos was just all the wiser. They knew this. They lost this fight earlier as well, so now they can't do it again.
And you did mention it earlier, Leo, that as the game goes on longer, once Minana Evos have locked items, similarly to TNC Pro Team, it's going to be a much better time for them. So we now look at the post-game stats and everything that's happened. Minana Evos, I feel like with Kirk getting the MVP there, his Arlot feels like it had the most difficult role in Minana Evos.
It had the role that mattered the most when it was the most difficult, actually. If you're winning, you're fine. But if you're losing, it was actually Kirk who put in those last 2 miles to finish the marathon for Minana Evos. And again, everyone else was payoff. The setup was off of Kirk's efforts and off of the sheer communication from the rest of Minana Evos who understood the situation. Hey guys, we're losing. I know it sucks right now, but when we get past a certain threshold, TNC is not going to be able to come back. And that's coming off of a huge lead. I think at some point, TNC were sitting at 7-1.
Yes.
7-1 with almost a 10K gold lead, and then slowly but surely it shrank. And again, looking at their lineup, That's what happens when you lack map control, when your vision only comes off of sheer engages. And again, for the first half of the match, it looked like Hatred and Nomad were on the same page.
Yeah.
Something tells me maybe halfway through, those comms may have broken down.
Yeah, maybe partly because of frustration, right? Because we saw multiple times the Rockheart, the TNC Pro team, just looked like they did everything, but couldn't get the result that they wanted.
Yeah, it's hard to blame them again. The target priority here for TNC is also difficult when the target that you want just doesn't want to go down, which is Doming here for Minana.
And they barely got a beat on him. I think there was just but 1 or 2 moments when Doming was on the verge of death. Every other time, every other time he was just
can't touch it.
a mile away.
A mile away.
Miles away.
Miles away.
And that goes and calls back again to Spider Miles effect here. We mentioned that Spider Miles and his timing with Holy Healing, a good baptism to stop TNC Pro Team from jumping forward. Again, it's a dive-heavy composition, and we saw it. 100% team fight participation. Minana Evos played around their star really well. A star who is great at setting up his teammates and making them look like stars.
Yeah, stars galore here. Spider Miles obviously had his hand in everything.
Man, I love these Star Wars references. How perfect is that an MVP is Captain Kirk.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
I loved him in the Phantom Menace.
Yeah, I love Spock Maul. It's one of my favorite characters in the star of the Trek Wars.
Was he in Prisoner of Azkaban?
I believe so.
Yes, he definitely was. By the way, as you can tell here in the MPL Philippines English broadcast, we are movie aficionados.
Literature.
We are very well versed.
Yeah.
Science.
Men of culture.
Cinema is what we like to see, and we saw an absolutely cinematic matchup there. By the way, Infinix GT Series, go ahead and outplay the rest. Y'all see it there in front of you. This is the GT10 Pro. These are the devices powering MPL Philippines right now. Brought to you by Infinix, the official sponsor of MPL Philippines Season 13.
Yeah, be unstoppable and outplay the rest with Infinix GT Series.
So far, though, we've seen a really interesting matchup to start things off. I could not have imagined our first game of MPL Philippines Season 13 would start like this.
I think it's a good painting of what the meta looks like, and just the same what we might be seeing in the future. Later on tonight, we have a rematch from the lower bracket finals of M5 and the grand finals of MPL Philippines Season 12. So we'll see how those two teams read the meta. But here right now, from the teams that have actually missed out on the playoffs years on end, when your back's against the wall, you have to innovate. And this is what innovation looks like to them. Heavy dive and heavy... I don't even know what Minana Evos' lineup looks like. And maybe that's what really allowed for them to cross over into the comeback.
Yeah, a lot of questions there, but here's our question of the day. Whose birthday is it today? I wonder who it is.
Hey, it's your birthday.
Do you guys have an inkling? Do you guys have an idea?
Maybe someone very handsome.
Oh, definitely. I feel like it.
That guy over there.
Oh,
this guy over here.
He's right there. That one.
Gentleman over here.
In the screen. We'd like to greet our fellow caster right now in the Filipino stream. Womi, it's his birthday today.
Happy birthday, Theodore.
Amazing.
Yeah, he has turned, dude.
Can't say.
He was born today. He was born today, like March.
And he is year old.
March 15.
Yeah.
There you go.
So happy birthday to Omi, and I'm pretty sure this is a great birthday gift for him to see MPL action like this, and a great treat for all of us who have missed the MPL. So now, as we head into game number 2, again, 2 teams struggling, looking for hope. What is the hope for TNC? Let's start things off with you, Rockheart. What did you see from the performance of that team that makes you say there's still a lot of hope there?
I feel like the sets were just almost there, almost perfect for most of the times. The setups, yeah. Just a little bit more, and maybe I love the cushion, but I'm not sure if that was the best pick here. It made it work there in the early game, but again, you can't really finish the fight in the longest run.
Yeah. Let's hear from TNC.
Sa ibang player, siguro confident ako sa mechanics ko. Tapos experience na rin. Tapos magaling kasi ako makipag-usap sa mga sa mga kampi ko. Siguro 'yun. Bumalik ako ng Pilipinas kasi na-miss ko na yung comms dito. Yung Tagalog language. Tapos syempre, especially yung pagkain dito sa Pinas. Tapos sa ibang bansa kasi homesick ako eh. Sobrang hirap para sa akin. Kaya bumalik ako ng Pilipinas. Kasi alam ko namang kaya ko pa rin makipagsabayan dito sa mga player dito sa Pilipinas.
Mid laner for TNC Pro Team, Hatred. I love me some nasi lemak, but I get it, man. There's nothing like good homemade Filipino adobo. And he ate in that first series, in that first game. They didn't get the victory, but he started off his welcome back to the Philippines with a double kill. He was setting the tempo with TNC really well.
His Gushen ate good up until it didn't.
Eventually, at that point, he was the one feeling the eating on the side of Minana Evos, but again, that's what was expected. And he had a really difficult role. He kept trying to find the back line. Domin just was not showing himself. It may not be the best start that you'd want coming back home, but I feel like it was a hopeful start. And again, hope.
That's right. So they can hope that maybe they can reach their targets better here. And to be fair to all Gushen players, everyone knows this. Once you get that target, you kind of just let go at some points because you know you're gonna go down there. You lose out on your exit tools if you go hard on the engage. So again, I feel for the guy, and I hope they can kind of re-strategize from there.
I'm liking the vibes coming in from their dugouts. Number one, I think we missed out on the trademark Busyan from Minana Evos. That's one of my favorites. But looking at TNC's camp, again, you saw in frame was Goyo, Super Yoshi, and former coach Scholar, yeah? They seem fine. They seem to be vibing. They seem to be okay. They know that 3 points are still in reach.
Yeah, they just need to be able to, well, of course, win the series. But then even if they don't win the series, at least they'll get a 1 point.
If they win one game,
that's okay.
Pretty much there. So I would love that. And that's exactly why I love this format so much, the scoring that we have, because you can't put your phone down at any point of the series. You just gotta keep going. And sometimes, maybe it feels like, all right, it's gonna be, we're not gonna get 2 points anyway, right? With the previous seasons. But yeah, this time around, you throw everything, you can have a bad game one and still come out with a bigger score.
Yeah, interesting because, again, in the history of our league, this is the very first time that even after losing game one, you could still win big with 3 points in the end. It changes the dynamic, honestly. I feel like, hey, if something switches in TNC and they learn from the L in game one, they can reverse sweep, and then we would have forgotten what happened in game one either. It's possible.
And that's the thing now. When it just clicked in my head, reverse sweeps hurt more.
Ooh, yeah.
Because the idea of I missed out on 3 points.
As if it needed to hurt more.
Yeah, it already hurt in the past. Now with the, again, just winning a series, 2-0 or 2-1 will award you 3 points here in MPL Philippines Season 13. Now let's see if TNC can pull it out of the bag. Now, a question for both of you here is that
it's all about the freeze.
Do we expect...
Put that in the patch notes.
For sure.
Reverse sweep buff.
Do we expect a similar approach to the game for these two teams for the next 2 games? It seems like Minana Evos went with counter punch, slow build up, and then we're gonna hit you right where it hurts, while TNC went for full dive control, end it as quickly as possible. Do you think that's gonna continue here?
Well, to be fair, I think it was a question of whether or not Kirk, maybe it's all up to the experience. I think they were not in a rush to get ahead here for Minana. They were just waiting because they knew that Kirk was really good in late game decision making. They were trying to just not lose too much. These are the things I think are running on through their heads here. And I think knowing the experience behind the Minana players, they know these scenarios. They've been here.
I agree with you, John. I agree. Given that for Minana Evos, there's only but one element that they needed to fix and make that connection stronger. It's the Kirk connection, right? So if they fix that, which they did here late into
Very
game
late,
one,
yeah.
but they did it anyways. Compare that to TNC, which I think is going to be much harder to answer. What's TNC going to do here in game number 2? I don't know because there's so many factors to consider. They tried something else in mid game 1. They have to think, what else can Nomad play? What kind of playstyle can we put on this roamer that is now a roamer? What's in Yasuo's tank? How far can we go here? And can Heads repeat the same big ticket ults he did in game 1? And how well can we convert? How can we translate? Those are a lot of the questions that TNT is asking to themselves right now. And to think that they're just, what, a few moments away from going in.
Conversion, translations of actions into a positive result. Game number 2, we are now heading into its draft. Honestly, TNC has sort of won my heart after that game number 1, even though they
Aw.
lost, in the sense that please show us more crazy picks. But at the same time, Minana, Evos, come on, show us something spicy here. Continue the trend for us.
Yeah, maybe start off strong, because to be fair, if you were really banking on a late game victory earlier, that was a little risky, Minana. That won't work all the time. I mean, it worked this time, but you know what? If maybe one more guy died there after TNC tried to go for the wipe early on, that could have been game. I mean, there were some times when I thought, you know what? TNC already won here. So you got to avoid those, and you got to start off stronger and maybe leverage into your strengths more.
And in terms of the bands, still similar approaches. Even though they've switched sides here, Leo, it's still the same bands. Does this mean we're expecting same schools of thought with their final lineups?
Something tells me the start could be the same, and then we'll see adjustments, because those are where, to be fair, I'll be real with you, TNC worked. That lineup worked.
It did.
So there's no reason for them to go for a complete 180. They can go for maybe a 160, 150, but just fix the lineup where it matters and the execution. Polish that into a good finish.
Yeah, you know what? I agree with you there, Rockhard. It felt like that wherein if TNC just adjusted a few things, they would have won game number 1. But since it seems like they didn't, and Minana Evos was the one doing the successful adjustments, Minana Evos rightfully and deservedly won that game.
Gentlemen.
What?
We can get on board.
What?
Matilda is open.
Oh, this is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. Are we gonna,
You can hear it in the distance. Very first pickable in this current metagame. And
there
it is! It's not going to be on the hands of Mabuhay Miles, but it's Nomad on the Rome Matilda.
I mean, this is one way to show off, again, denying resources is a huge part of this draft here. And same seems to be said here. Gonna be the ones still sticking true to who they are. That is going to be the first 2 picks of Minana.
All right, so Minana is taking a page off of game 1. We won. We can hold out till the late game. We don't care if you have the Matilda. We have a Matilda specialist on board. He can tell us exactly how it's going to play out. So no Matilda. We got to see something else.
And for TNC Pro Team, if they want to go for the aggression as they put up earlier, I wouldn't mind a Barrett paired up with that Matilda. It will look really good. Could fly alongside the Matilda.
That's right. Deny it from the Rafa Barrats potentially Minana's cooking.
That's pretty good.
That's a possibility. And if TNC were to pick their gold laner here, do you see that happening, Leo?
Barrats was a gold laner this early on.
Yeah?
I'd say they save one of those roles.
Okay, too greedy if they go for both.
Yeah, maybe a gold lane Iksha just as a good combo, but no. That's going to be CC.
All right, it wasn't Barrett's, but on the screens right now here in the studios of Shooting Gallery, a CC and a Fredrin was the lock in there for TNC Pro Team.
Okay, I like the CC given that it was banned in the second phase earlier. And am I right? Is that an Akai?
Yes, that is an Akai.
Oh, Kung Fu Panda out now. Kung Fu Panda 4.
Oh, it is.
Really?
Is it out already?
It's a new movie that features MLBB skins.
Oh, that's so
cool.
good.
It's good to see a movie franchise like getting more inspiration from MLBB.
Amazing.
Because that's what that was, right? As I've been told by the children. All right. So
I've seen it in the books. Yeah.
Huh?
I've seen it in the books.
There
It's
were books?
It is written.
All right.
Yes.
And let's see what will be written in the book of this draft for game number 2. So the first picks here for Minana Evos, folks. We have the Arlott, the Novaria, and the Akai against the Matilda CC Fredrin. And no one has showed their gold laners yet. There goes the Nana.
Nice. That was actually really good. I love that Minana's acknowledging the possibilities and making sure that Lancia has a great game. One of the heroes that can kind of really mess up the flow of a Novaria.
That's right. Even if you know where the Nana is, it doesn't matter. She's going to do the same annoying thing. TNC blocking off the Minotaur. Would not be surprised if they tried to block off the Rafaela as well. Are going to force Spider Miles into something new or unfamiliar. Something to note that's missing is the Barats. Because again, I think something to note. The Barats only really comes out when you've ran dry of junglers.
Oh, that's true.
Currently, if you have no Nolan, no Guinevere, no Joy, no Fred, in this case, no Akai, then maybe that's where the Barats comes in. Because Barats is so susceptible now to those long-standing marksmen. Imagine trying to find a carry or a Claude and eat him up. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, but that's just not as tanky as he was like a few months ago. A huge change done to a lot of these marksmen means that Demon Hunter Sword really just makes a mark on his HP bars.
That's true. And add to that the rising popularity of items such as Sea Halberd. So, not good. Harith there gets actually taken out by TNC. Leo, did you have an idea? Like a light bulb moment for you.
Yeah, no, I was not expecting for them to close out gaps in the gold lane. I think TNC, they respect the box that Minana Evos could have, and it could have been worse if it was the Harith. If the Harith or the carry, they would have preferred the carry.
Yeah. So far, I'm a little bit safer is the approach of Minana Evos. I see them again turning this into a slow comeback type of game because as we see right now, the lineup of TNC looks like it's more encouraged to take control of the early to mid.
Yeah, that's true. Huge control here for early and mid. And maybe more skirmish heavy, considering that you have a Matilda. You want to use that. You want to capitalize on that day in and day out in each and every lane. Because if you're not, you're just wasting the pick.
What could happen with the Matilda, though, as well, is to fix a less than ideal gold laner's mobility. Maybe they pick up a spicy gold laner here and then go from there.
I love the Iksha here, probably. Maybe a Leslie. These are picks that obviously are not as good. But that's a Bruno.
Oh, yeah? Oh. Not the spiciest.
Not the spiciest.
Not at all.
But they needed that damage. This is going to put a lot of pressure on the Hatreds of Vexana. Has only been used 5 times in MPL history, thrice in MPL PH Season 1, and twice in MPL PH Season 2.
Oh, those are rookie numbers.
Yeah, and again, because of the changes to her, she's a really strong pick now.
That's right. In the recent patch, her second skill now comes out at a slower clip.
Yep.
And in comparison overseas, mind you, Vexana is #1 pick in MPL ID, even before today's broadcast.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Expect that number to go, just keep going up as the weeks progress.
Last pick here, a tankier roamer, another EXP, and it's still a Rafaela, of course.
Were you guys wondering?
This is 80% the same lineup from game 1.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm going to say it. Even though the lineup on the side of TNC looks a lot different, Leo, in terms of philosophy, possibility in terms of who scales when, still very similar to game #1, it feels like.
Yes, but just the same, TNC can now do a little more. TNC now have more capabilities. Again, #1, I commend the fact that they have better wave clear now. It's so much easier for them to defend from inside the base. #2 is they have good vision. They have good re-engage compared to game 1, wherein if this is engaged, we got to take it. If not, we have to set it up all over again from a different angle. This time around, they can actually move. The CC very, very mobile. Matilda, mobility is her middle name. And just like that, I think TNC now don't have to force an early game domination. They can actually play it slow, play footsies with Minana Evos up until maybe after the 3rd turtle, and then see how far they can push the advantage if they start the game fast like they did in game 1.
Let's see if that will be the case here for these two teams. Game #2, TNC and Minana Evos. Will it be a slightly slower, more calculated TNC power spike? One factor I want to discuss here is that I feel like if Minana Evos will try to play this with how they tried to win game #1, it's going to be harder for a carry. Clint was perfect in that scenario. For the carry, it's not going to be that fun.
Yeah, it's going to be harder for the carry to dip in certain situations because you kind of have to be all in if you're a carry. It's either all in or you don't really get your target.
Yeah.
So with a Clint, you just throw out your skill, you're good to go. You can dip out.
Yeah, that range that he has there is stunning.
Ow! Man.
Pressure.
That's pretty good. That's good damage here coming in. Obviously, that's exactly what you expect from Bruno. That's why we said it's not the most exciting early game, but it does the job.
Yep, Yasuo is going to win this lane matchup, I'd say, for the first 2 or 3 minutes, and only if Spider-Man actually helps Doming, will Doming actually move on forward. So that's why Nomad is trying to close the gap, even the odds. It's so hard, especially since Doming's emblem set does not help him in the early game at all.
True, that's true.
Yeah, it really feels like it's built for the long game. Thinking about when everyone's just team fighting at this point. Taking it nice and slow are these two teams, but as expected, Nomad will be placing himself in slightly more aggressive positions, with him being able to escape. 20 seconds up until the next turtle. No clear advantage around the map just yet. Or am I missing something, Leo?
No, you're not wrong. I think it's in the little interactions, these little lane fights, wherein one will trump the other. And again, I mentioned that already with Yasuo and Doming. Down bottom, though, I'd say, unless they're underneath turret, Heads is actually winning this matchup against Kirk. So it's the same kind of dynamic from game one. Maybe just changing the pace a little bit. It's TNC way ahead, actually being able to pick off fights when they want to this early on.
Yeah, they're going to pick up some fights here, and they are not shy about it. Kirk quite low here, but obviously the heavy spin already activated here by Kaizen. And the final slash just for safety in case maybe Ryzen decides to dash forward.
Yeah, that's good advantage build for TNC, the EX billionaire Minana Evos gun, but let's see if Kaizen can do what he's done before. Steal turtles in front of opponents as a Nakai.
Heavy spin is on cooldown here. This is going to be pretty massive. That might mean that they're going to have to back off, and TNC once more takes first turtle.
And that's going to be the score here for Ryzen. Easy pickings. Something to note, in that engagement down bottom, yes, on paper there were no kills, but again, mentioned, heavy spin, spent, flicker, spent, ult on Kirk, spent, sent home, made that turtle take all the more easier for TNC. That's a clear win, even without violence.
Yeah. Well, sometimes you just really gotta go with the more peaceful route, you know?
Pacifist run.
The pacifist run, exactly.
Turtle one.
TNC. Let's see now. Nothing standing out of the items too crazy for me.
Yeah, nope, not really. If anything, I'm glad that Kaizen is farming up much faster than Ryzen. That just means he'll be able to get more farm if he doesn't join fights, which puts him in a weird position. It makes it hard for him to make decisions, and that allows for TNC to do just this. Nomad bother Kaizen, allows for the rest of the map to push on forward.
Nomad doing a pretty good job here as his freshman year. Or freshman season. I mean, he's pretty much doing the job, making sure that all division, everyone from Minana is accounted for, and that, you know what, they can just keep farming up until a point where maybe they can fight back.
Again, he looks like a natural to me right now, how he's moving around the map. Not always the cleanest executions, but even we've seen veterans commit questionable engagements under turrets or under the opponent's base. Nomad, that was moving a lot of confidence, and again, I wonder how much factor the hatred factor brings to that in terms of like helping and guiding the young man.
It's all about communication, right? I think Nomad's doing a pretty good job here. Kaizen, of course, doesn't really have the tools to fight this out. Same with Spider Miles. So for the meantime, I think Minana's going to have to slow it down just a little bit more.
In the efforts of slowing it down, that allows for TNC to keep up the same pace. Again, it doesn't give anything for the Phoenix Army to switch it up, and they're comfortable, especially in the gold lane. Look at this, Yasuo 2v1ing this lane for the better part of the past 4 minutes. There's no threat of a kill on him, unless down bottom.
Yeah, hence he's going to be a bit more in trouble here with the Hurricane Dam. Then just activated though. That will be a good sign maybe, but not for long. Of course, Kirk ready here for the fight. Kaizen as well, no heavy spin. Let's see, and Spider-Man close up. Will the heal make it? And it does, kind of, with Nomad trying to get one more auto attack in maybe, but will not make that target count. And there you go. Just to be safe, everyone just falling back. What a beautiful disengagement.
The frustration is setting in. So close,
yes,
but
he wants
not
it.
quite Ryzen. Kirk is on a roll. He got 2 kills. It's these 2 for Minana Evos. That's all him.
Kirk.
3, all him.
Impressive performance from the EX billionaire Minana Evos. Questions if whether or not he could live up to the role that Lord JM once filled. Now a member of Bigatron Alpha in Indonesia, Kirk said, I can do it. And he has been doing it so far.
It's exactly where you expect him to be.
Kaizen,
Decision making it matter here.
Oh!
And again, it's just when he was about to get back, he gets thrown back into the base. And now Kirk might be in trouble here. Ryzen and Hatred close by.
What?
Is he still alive? Final Slash was still released. But there's no fight left, maybe, unless Lansing makes something happen. Kaizen's quite low.
Gotta run.
Oh, he's gonna have to run for it.
There
it goes.
No way, no way.
Not gonna be enough quite yet, but there you go. Hatred with the last hit.
All right, clear punish by TNC. Minana Evos overstayed their welcome for a bit, but just the same, they closed the gap. Keeping it close to 2,000 could have definitely ballooned on over. But something to note, I think Hatred has to protect himself a little better. Nomad is now thinking, who do I protect in team fights? Who do I watch out for? Because earlier it was so much easier with a Minotaur. Now with a Matilda, it's a little more high stakes. He has to commit.
Yeah, he has to commit. He really has to be on point with his communication with Heads and Ryzen. Maybe if he can somehow communicate with the Eternal Guard of the Vexana, he would try. But yeah, because of him committing, the backline peel just needs to be still present. TNC Pro Team.
Exactly, and it doesn't help that Heads is playing a CC. That can do very little to protect any backliners because you want to be on the front lines as a CC.
Yeah.
So now TNC have to consolidate those two major issues. One thing to note though, Yasuo early haven't joined any major fights. You could say the same for Doming. So now I'm wondering, again, I'm thinking out loud here, does this benefit? The fact that the gold laners have been cooking, and again now looking at the map, it looks like Doming's actually winning. Heavy spin out of nowhere?
Yeah, I think a lot of skills were triggered here. Kirk once more. Beautiful fine slash. Maybe make it a hatred, but no cigar here. It's time to go into mode as we go to turtle number 3. Oh, there you go. Kaysen's actually low. He's going to have to make it out. He's going to have to make it out. Spiral Mouse with holy healing. Obviously going to make it so that he doesn't go down, but once more, Turtle being given up.
All right, TNC scoring over there. Pandemonium all across the map, starting off with a weird moment already from Kaysen. I think he was looking for a sandwich. Again, it was underneath tier 1 or close to tier 1 in mid. So now we're top!
Oh, beautiful, man. That was just nothing here for Minana. And you know what? Spiralmaz is actually making the work, not just with healing, but with making sure that everyone is mobile enough to get to the target.
Yep, he's using his re-engage as a weapon, and it's very effective this time around. This is a kind of dynamic we did not see in game number 1, because again, TNC was so aggressive. Ryzen gets caught!
They don't want to slow down at all, getting one after another. Minana starting to feel it here. Eternal Guard can't really do much here for TNC at this point.
Yeah, 8 minutes into game 1, Minana Evos was trapped inside their own base. Now it's Minana Evos who's looking for fights.
And we thought it'd be a similar story to game number 1. Minana Evos. Let's see if they can continue this momentum, because right now TNC look out of position, mainly because they have to consider the fact that their gold laner Yasuo lost the lane duel against Domeng. He lost lane. He is behind. It's not a massive deficit, but at this point, Domeng's in a much better position to join the team more, while Yasuo still needs to find more time to get a little bit more farm on him.
Big +1 on that one.
To be a fly on the wall in that room, I don't know what happened in that gold lane. We haven't really checked in much, not much of an action there, but wait, down bottom, ho!
Yeah, TNC very happy to go for it. They know Kirk is the MVP. You know what? Take what you can, and TNC will remove the big final slash guy. Kaysen, though, working on that turret. Maybe get some gold back, but that's a big no here. Hatred gonna make sure not gonna happen.
It's a scientific name for Arla, big final slash guy.
Big final slash guy.
BFSG.
The big final slash guy. Well, I mean, that's what Kirk wants in game number 1. I'm sure he'll be able to. He did a few of that already here in game number 2.
He's still him in game number 2.
Yeah, he's still that guy. TNC Pro Team, Minana Evos, as we head into first Lord of the game. Let's see. Minana Evos first there. TNC are all over the map right now. It looks bad for them.
Look at this, Minana. They just know where to go. And beautiful heavy slash there. Heavy spin for Ryzen.
Nomad!
Oh, Nomad. No one there to follow up. And again, Heads is not the tanky GC that you want to see right now. Hatred, maybe just count on a steal. Drill Guard, though. Beautiful hit on the Spider Mile. Yasuo takes out Doming as well. And Minana going to be down 2 here.
The massive turn, and it took a while. I'd say in the form of a pump fake, because it looked like TNC were about to back off, and suddenly Hatred calls in the backup. It's still a 5v5, fam. Y'all forgot I got the Eternal Guard, and now with Ryzen making a beeline towards the Lord, it seems like TNC might score this first big objective.
TNC were basically acting like they were injured. Oh, I'm hurt. I can't fight.
Playing possum.
Playing possum right here. And then they go for the strike.
Yeah, call an ambulance, but not for me. Call the Lord, yes, for us. TNC. Now what, Lancy?
Lancy, he's going to have to go to the very farthest stretches of the Land of Dawn to make it out there, but he does at the end. And again, TNC just trying. You're going to have to capitalize hard on this Lord. They have so much standing gold to take on the map.
Now, as we head into the first Lord part, TNC Pro Team, and looking at the instant replay, look at the beautiful 2-man knock up there by Hatred, and the trust TNC placed upon themselves to get a big win in that sequence. Most teams would probably say, let's back off, let's just try to get for pokes. TNC said, no, we will win this. We will force them out.
Yeah, I think they lost tabs on where Hatred was, and they did not expect the EG dropping where it did.
Yeah. It's not going to be easy when there's an EG out and 2 of you get knocked up. And just, I really thought that Minana Evos could have potentially came back from that. But they
Probably.
also respected the Bruno.
Well, that's exactly what you gotta do, though. And look at that, all the standing gold taken already by TNC means that gold is almost dead even. What's to say about that?
I mean, this just means that the map is more than 50-50 now. If anything, TNC is in the lead. Look at that, they left heads for like 10 seconds, and he pushed in top.
Yeah.
No, not good.
Definitely.
I think we have to talk a little bit about this. Hatred has a dire hit on him, and his build path was the Glowing Wand, Lightning Truncheon, and Divine Glaive. That is not a normal Vixana approach.
Nope, it's a very specific Vixana approach that does what they did in that last team fight. Hide himself in the bush, secure kills, and again, it's past the 8-minute mark. He can afford to do this. He can afford to build double roam. So with that said, Minana Evos now have to watch out for not just where Yasuo is, who was the cleanup crew in that last team fight. They also have to watch out where Hatred is. And again, it's just a matter of time before Heads is actually online. Heads needs items. Interestingly enough, CC is such a lethal hero in the current metagame, but she's not like a Terizla or an Arlott that can live on very low econ. She actually needs the items.
Very true. Bottom lane here, Minana Evos wants a little bit more pressure, a little bit more map control. TNC not going to give it to them. But now, both teams moving around as 4-5, covering close sectors to one another. No one really going for some crazy split pushes as much.
Yet.
Not yet, exactly.
Yeah, the KSN seems to be quite ready here to go if ever Ryzen or maybe Hatred makes a small misplay there. A heavy spin is very imminent. And don't forget, Kirk Final Slash is really scary at this point.
Key pickup on last game's MVP, Kirk here. He built an Oracle. Item was recently readjusted. It now also provides, in addition to the bonus healing, physical defense. So it's gonna matter against the likes of Heads, against Yasuo, and even Ryzen in some cases. But I'm liking it. Again, these little decisions that you're making to use in patch 1.8.66. Checking out where Heads is right now. Not exactly the Trinity I'm looking for. He has the Twilight Armor, has the War Axe, has the BFB, but I'm guessing one more item before he can actually start threatening 2v1s.
Yeah. And the damage that he can dish out. A little bit hybrid for my taste. I thought he'd go for a few more damage items.
Yeah, it's a little two-prong approach.
Yeah.
Right now, though, KSN forced out of a heavy spin.
Wow.
Still gets the Lord, though.
Very
Beautifully
good.
maneuvered there for the jungler of Minana.
Oh.
I like it. It's a pragmatic approach. I just use it to push you guys away. Enough time for me to retreat, and then we skedaddle.
Yeah, TNC Pro team looked like they weren't fully on the same page in terms of how they wanted to approach that Lord contest.
Exactly. I think the early heavy spin threw them off. Like,
Wait,
what's
what?
Oh,
What's
it's
that?
gone.
Oh, dang it.
I love that. I love that.
What in tarnation?
And that's exactly what happens when you go, kind of half-baked against Minana.
Yeah.
They take you for everything you've got. And they took that Lord pretty much business as usual.
Now let's see if it will be business done for TNC in terms of defending this, or will Minana Evos somehow push an even bigger lead here? Going into 5K almost is their gold lead. Nancy gets the info.
Got a big dive in on the Lord though, and again, mid lane turret is also a big threat.
Ryzen!
Quite close. Ryzen! He can't take it! Oh my goodness! He melted to the power here of this beautiful carry by Doming. There you go, Hatred as well going down. That's all the way clear going out here for TNC. That might be game already, but will Minana go for it? Straight for the juggler is going to be the key. Nomad trying to get as much damage as can on his body instead, but no clear means no way for them to slow him down. Yasuo, even with kill, gives Minana Evos to 2-0.
That is a sweep. So this is what hope looks like for Minana Evos, starting off Season 13 with an emphatic 2-0 victory, 3 points for the Neon Purple Tigers.
All right, looking back at the lineup early on, it seemed like it was 50-50 up until we crossed the 6 or 7 minute mark. I think TNC took a little while to get Heads online. Heads was doing other things where TNC needed him, and that's not to the young man's fault. It was in the pick, it was in the draft, and that's really all that they could have done. And Minana Evos found the path to victory and ended right then and there where they saw it.
Now, as you see here on your screens, the two teams, a show of respect by Minana Evos. I really wanted this to go to 3 games. After that game number 1, it was one of those feelings of I want to see 3. But Minana Evos says, no, we're getting the 3 right now. We're not extending it. Kind of an anticlimactic ending there a little bit. Just a little nudge from a heavy spin. Who would have thought?
That's so interesting. The way that this actually fell apart, starting from when Ed started to fall apart in the XP lane as well.
Yeah.
I mean, you could feel that he was having a hard time staying relevant in these fights. Big question is, was that really the big where it fell off?
I mean, any guy in a fight would react the same way. If I was about to scuffle and the guy started to break dance, I would also go, huh? And then take the Lord away from me, then yeah.
Sometimes it just boils to that. The little things. This is one of the things that make MPL Philippines the home of champions. What makes our region, our home here so great as TNC take their bow. And yes, a new little thing we're doing for the season. Even the teams that don't get the victory get a chance to walk down the aisle through our center of our beautiful arena here. By the way, I love how our stage looks. And then, if I'm not mistaken, in just a moment, we will hear from the members of Minana Evos.
Yeah, pretty much. I feel like Minana Evos, they look pretty much down to business. They don't seem like as, I don't know, how to explain this?
Yeah.
They don't look like a team that won in a huge fashion 2-0 right now. They look all business today, and I feel like this was definitely part of the plan.
I agree. It looks like it's just another day at work.
Yeah, let's go on over to the stage with their hosts, Hans and Mara.
Evos! Hi guys, come on down!
The first sweep of the season and the first 3 points pupunta sa Minana
First
Evos.
win, first sweep, first 3 points para sa ating MPL Philippines Season 13. Congratulations! Kirk, it's so nice to finally interview you. You know, you've been in other teams before. I believe, di ba, nakasama ka sa RSG. At ngayon, we've been waiting for you to play when you were there. Pero ngayon, sa Minana Evos, first game pa lang, nag-shine ka na. Ikaw pa ang ating MVP for game number 1. In-expect mo ba yon?
Hindi po.
Hindi mo talaga in-expect. So, tell us ano ang pinagkaiba dito sa Minana Evos na talagang nag-shine ka because all eyes were on you nung game number 1.
Siguro po medyan po ng pagkakataon mga laro. Kaya ginalingan ko talaga.
May gigil ka ba kanina? Kinabahan ka ba?
Konti lang po.
So, paano mo in-overcome yung kaba mo kanina? Kinakabahan ka pa rin ba ngayon? Kasi lapit ako ng lapit. Punta ka ng punta doon eh. Anong nararamdaman mo ngayon?
Kinakabahan tas masaya.
Kinakabahan, pero masaya. And you did a very good job. Let's give him a round of applause.
On to my side naman. As you can see, we have Miles, Spider Miles, on this side of the corner. Miles, during the time na Season 12 was happening, it was a rocky start para sa inyo nung first half of the season. But now, not only did you get a sweep, nakakuha din kayo ng 3 puntos on route, possibly or early para sa playoff contention. Paano kayo makakasiguro na yung nangyari nung Season 12 won't happen this Season 13?
Focus kami every game nang dapat kasi every points matters talaga kasi last time nga kinulang kami. So ngayon, every game dapat may panalo talaga namin.
I sense the urgency coming in from Miles na every match really counts. Maraming salamat, Miles. I think I have to throw it over to Lancy this time around.
Nancy!
Really an admirable performance din. Gusto ko lang itanong yung matchup mo kontra kay Hatred kanina. Nagbabalik dito sa Pilipinas and started you off with a Gusho noong game number 1. That was the last pick, di ba? Yun yung last pick nila. So, how did you match up against that hero? And ano yung mga adjustments na ginawa nyo? Knowing na hindi naman natin madalas nakikita yung Gushon in the MPL.
Wala po, yung hirap eh. Hindi ko alam paano ako papesto doon kanina eh. Sa akin lang nakamata eh. Pero, salamat sa Diyos, nanalo pa din kami. Kahit ganun.
They got the victory and they got a sweep. That means 3 points and momentum na dadali nila sa susunod next.
Ito naman, kausapan natin ang kanilang leader, Kazan. You were here, Season 12. Na-interview ko kayo nung na-eliminate kayo, and I felt your pain. And right now, Season 13, you're off to a good start, sweep ka agad, and Minana Evos goes down in history as the first team to win the Season 13. Ano nga ba ang pinagkaiba ngayon ng Minana Evos? What can we expect from all of you?
Ang pinagkaiba po kumpara last season is, ngayong season talagang sobrang gigil po kami and gagawin talaga namin kahit sobrang hirap ng training, ilang set of scrims a day, talagang pupusuan namin. And this season talaga, bigay todo kami and mas all in.
Magbigay ka naman ng mensahe sa lahat ng mga manonood natin at mga supporters nyo.
Ayan, maraming salamat sa mga pumunta ngayon and sa mga fans ng Minana, thank you sa mga nod. And syempre, yun.
All right, everybody, let's give them a big round of applause. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. You move on to the front this time. You guys are victorious para sa tagumpay. Congratulations to Minana Evos with that sweep.
What an incredible start from them with a heartbreaking story from last season. This is how you start it off.
And we're gonna break it down for you. So we're gonna go back to our casters. Paso.
Thank you to Hans and Mara, and of course, congratulations to Minana Evos. The, dare I say, trauma of last season's missing out on the playoffs weighs heavily on Minana Evos. Even Spider Miles said, we know how much each point matters this season because we felt it. Last season, we were a point or two off.
And you felt it in their vibe. They're not playing around here.
Yeah.
They mean to get every single point. Because last season, 1 point was all it took, and they lacked it.
There's a part of me that's a fan of serious Minana, but I also kind of miss them being all jolly. I throw back to early 2023, seeing them laugh and seeing them all happy, but I think this serious way that they're approaching Season 13 actually is working. It's benefiting them, and it's netted them 3 points. So I gotta give kudos to their coaching staff as well for keeping these dudes on a tight leash. Again, I've never seen, I mean, we have, but Spider Miles is so laser focused today. He didn't even speak.
Yeah.
Maybe he's waiting for something.
Doesn't need to.
Maybe, I don't know.
And one thing I want to say here about Minana Evos and how they played, I'm not sure if you're going to agree, Leo, but it seems like they always made sure they were doing something for their benefit. It seems like there were moments last season where it's like, why are you going there and just waiting for something to happen?
Yeah.
In this game, this series, it felt like everything, it was part of a big overall plan.
It was push forward momentum, even when they were losing. They found a way to be always doing something elsewhere on the map, and that was Game 1. In Game 2, which I think, again, I find odd in TNC's Game 2 approach, they were doing much better in Game 1. Game 2 allowed for Minana Evos to take advantage of said push forward momentum more. So that's why this game ended so quickly. That's why this game ended the way it did in but a single Lord take. And that's why we have a back-to-back MVP performance from Kirk. I don't know if you can do this, all right? If you can take the match MVP from Game 1 and then just paste it on again.
This is basically what we did. Items as well.
Now just change that last, change the jerkin in a song.
Yeah. So Kirk, again, congratulations to him with his really, you know, I'm going to say it, folks, and I think the folks at home are thinking it, he has really great hair.
He has the best hair.
It's so full.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And right now, TNC got a chock full of Kirk in that game.
I don't think I've ever said the word luscious on broadcast, but that's how I would describe his hair and his Arlott performance. When it needs to get in your face, he does. When it needs to play like the Arlott that you're used to, like now, peeling for his team, finding these odd engages and getting the CC where it matters, he puts it in there. Man, Kirk is now the Arlott man. In Season 13, he is the bar for Arlott.
Final Flash guy?
Final Flash guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. The TNC Pro team here, they felt it in the early game. Those early 3 kills, which eventually turned into a 4th. I think that set the tempo for Minana Evos, and that's why he eventually, well, of course, he deserved this MVP. That early tempo stopped what could have been a devastating early to mid-game for TNC Pro Team.
That's right. And what Kirk is doing with Arlott, again, a hero that has been in our sights for the past 6 months, it's basically the way Lancelot was reinvented in Season 8. So I'm liking what he's doing here. Looking at the end game here, just under 16 minutes, this bout, game number 2 ended. Looking at the emblem builds, again, fair to say, Doming was waiting for a power spike. Doming was waiting for that clear lane win. And Yasuo had the better emblems, the better kit to start. But again, they did not take advantage of that. There was very little action for TNC in that gold lane. Now looking at the rest of their item builds, something interesting to note was how Hatred was building elsewhere. How he was going towards this Glowing Wand, Lightning Tranche, and Divine Glaive approach. Who knows where else he would have gone if they were winning, if he had more gold on him.
Yeah. With that dire hit too. Would have been interesting. We saw a glimpse of it in that little turnaround that TNC were able to find themselves alongside Yasuo.
That's right.
That's true.
And again, that same build needs follow through. It needs more input. And the fact that he was one of the reasons why it was working, or at least in that one big team fight where he hid in that wall bush,
yeah,
that could have been the difference maker. But again, for many different reasons, Heads wasn't online as soon as he needed to be. Imagine Heads gets the ult, traps 2 dudes, full-on combo, plus the dire hit. That would have been the dream for TNC.
That's exactly what we saw in so many tournaments prior to this, where they just maximized that CC and they were able to...
CC the hero.
The hero,
There
yeah.
you go.
Thank you. Chi-Chi.
I really know it's CC.
I think it's...
Yo,
let's have a podcast about that. But yeah, basically, they failed to maximize on this, right? This beautiful hero that can really turn out small skirmishes into huge advantages. But again, we did see skirmishes happen. We saw big full-on fights.
Again, we have to call back to the big full-on fight that eventually ended with just Anakai simply pushing back the members of TNC Pro Team, and Minana Evos getting the victory with that push.
You mentioned tempo breaker in the early off of the back of Kirk's Arlott, how he suddenly just became so aggressive and cutting through tier 1 turret down bottom. I think that's what that last heavy spin did for TNC. It's like, all right, we're going to set it up. We're going to set up this Vector. Wait, what? Oh.
So,
that's exactly what it was. And Minana Evos, again, credits to their comms, credits to their understanding of the team fight. That's what allowed for that to happen.
Yeah. By the way, folks, you see that there on the bottom of your screen. Leslie and Changa's Aspirant skins are available now. The first 1x draw every day and the first 10x draw during the event are, 50% off.
Whoa! 50%? That's almost half. Exactly half. And then I know the epic skin is guaranteed on the first 10 draws, so grab it now.
Yeah. And as we saw here, as you should grab your opportunities to draw for the Aspirant skins, because honestly I love the video for the Aspirant skin now and the song that plays with it.
That was banger.
Deep lore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's some really deep lore in there, and please, MLB, make that song available for all of us. Minana Evos grab the victory today.
Bane Aspirant skin win.
Okay.
Oh
boy.
But he doesn't really fit the vibe. You know what?
Are you sure?
I'm not gonna knock it.
Think about it.
He could be their captain, their commander, Commander Bane.
He is a crab man.
Yeah.
Anime crab man.
What if they don't make it a crab man? What if they bring back the old model of Bane when he was still a ghost pirate? But like make that Aspirant.
Just make him husbando like Faramis.
A husbando.
Give him a big jawline.
All right. So that's a request of Leo. Give us a husbando skin of Bane for Aspirants. And again, we're just having fun here at MPL Philippines. I like the vibe that we have now. The action is intense. The game's important. Each point very important. And this next match, well, it's a rematch of our Grand Finals. APBR, the reigning champions of the world, against a slightly recoded Blacklist International. Quick thoughts on that?
I just want to watch, man. I just watch. But yeah, later on, I expect the best of the best, and everyone who's watching obviously wants to see the best so they can emulate it.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
Let's wait out for that. All right, let's wait out for that. APBR vs. Blacklist International coming up next.
the best sniper ever!
No! It's a decoy! I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
Over here, Ender.
Don't let me know where to go. Don't let me know where to go. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. Great job, guys!
Versus Santos Galar, can you do it? Dan ang Partisana! Nagkataro sila!
Ledge fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 4v1! Backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleats it all the way up. Just no way for him to run.
Kita ada satu buah reward polisi yang membuat pergerakan dari Mika terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
be the best sniper ever!
No! Hit the decoy! I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
Over here, Ender.
So let me know where to go. So let me know where to go. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you.
Great job, guys!
Versus Santos Galar, can you do it? And Albertisana, ternyata Arsila.
The avalanche fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the blazing duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin. Ang buhay! The backline already, and they're running for the lives. Gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in. He cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just
Kita kata ada satu warrior manipulasi yang membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rapanya sudah tumbang. Over here, Ender.
Don't let me know where to go. Don't let me know where to go. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you.
Great job, guys!
Versus Santos Galas, can you do it? And Alberti Sana, Qatar Sila.
Avalanche fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 4v1! Backline already, and you're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleats it all the way up. Just no way for him to run. Just...
Kita kata ada satu buah reward di poin yang membuat pergerakan dari Mika terlalu benar-benar slow. Raffanya sudah tumpah.
We're here at the Player Lounge. Kasama natin si...
One of the best players. A TikTok sensation.
Sensation!
Ano ba ba?
Sensation!
Si Pando.
Best
Yun na
six
yun eh.
man in the world.
Best six man in the
Ayun.
world. We're gonna hear from him later.
Okay,
I'm
pero
sure.
yung sensation na gustuhan ko eh.
Okay.
Sensation ka pala sa TikTok. Alam mo, kailangan ko to makita.
Oo.
Hindi, tignan.
Sabi niya wag
Kukunin ko to.
muna pero hindi pumayag.
Hindi pwede. Okay, titignan natin kung ano nga ba yung pinapakita mo sa TikTok, okay? Tan 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 tan. Eh, parang gusto ata sumali ni Coach Ducky.
Parang praktisado. Oo nga. Ay.
Nagtago si Coach Ducky. Bumalik na. Okay, Pando. Alam mo, na-amaze kami sa AP brand. Bakit ba kahit saan kayo pumunta sa mundo, champion pa rin kayo? Champion. Bakit nga ba? Si Ogwin.
Siguro yung confidence lang talaga ng team.
Confidence.
At yung tiwala namin sa isa't isa. Kaya kahit saang liga kaming sumali, 100% pa rin na kaya namin manalo.
Alam mo, yung sagot niya parang sobrang ganda. Alam mo kasi lahat naman kasi may tiwala, lahat may confidence. Ano ba ang meron sa AP brand na wala yung ibang team?
May coaching.
Ano? Pwede mo ipagmayabang.
Siguro dito ako.
Nandito ka.
Lagi gym kami ng anim sabay-sabay.
Sabay-sabay. Nag-gym sila anim.
Speaking of which, di ba sabi mo, nabanggit mo maganda. Maganda rin yung pinuntahan nila nung nag-roster reveal sila.
I like.
Kasi yung ibang mga teams, di ba, dito nag-shoot sa Pilipinas
dito
mismo.
lang, oo.
Pero
sila...
bakit kinailangan nyo pang pumunta ng Japan para mag-film ng roster reveal nyo? What was the idea behind it?
Kasi, after nag-champion ng M5, kinausap biglang, nung nakaupo kami, bilang nag-chat si Boss AP. Tara, Japan tayo. Tapos sabi niya, sige G, tara, go na.
Next time, salin nyo kami Isalin nyo kami next time.
Tapos yung roster reveal, lang yun, sabi, Japan tayo. Sige, mag-roster reveal na rin kaya tayo dyan.
Wait lang, quick lang. Anong masasabi mo na ikaw ang binabrand nila na isa sa greatest six man in MPL PH history?
Sobrang saya kasi yung team ko talaga sobrang bait sa akin. Like gustong-gusto bibigyan ako ng trophy para buhatin.
Titingnan natin ngayon kung ano
sobrang bait nila sa akin eh.
Paano yung buhat?
ganito, parang 1.
Oh, okay. Mamaya, tignan natin kung mananalo ang APBR at kung mabubuhat nga ba itong si Pando. Abangan natin ang kanilang row. Pero for now, we're gonna go back to our casters. Pasok!
Alakas ang Pinas ay para sa tagumpay! Ang lakas ng Pinas ay para sa tagumpay!
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Alakas ang Pinas ay para sa tagumpay!
The code breakers anew, driven by their championship mindset. the world champion Bees. Driven by their desire to remain undisputed, these two teams will be setting the bar for those who wish to go far. Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 13. I'm Reptar, still here with Rockhard and Leo. And yes, it's time for the rematch of the MPL PH S12 Grand Finals, AP Bren versus Blacklist International.
It feels like ages ago, and so many things have changed. But one thing stays the same. Of course, we are still the strongest region in MLBB, and we still got some pretty good teams here.
Again, for sure, we'll get into detail in just a bit, but it's weird to say that a lot has changed, but literally just but one individual, one man from each squad changed, and then it seems like it's a whole new battlefield.
Yeah, and as the headline shows you here, it's AP Bren, who is defending, Blacklist, who is determined. What AP Bren is determined to do, gentlemen, we know the success that AP Bren had after the M5 World Championship, and now heading into a season wherein they can still continue their run of dominance. They want to defend their title, simply put.
I mean, to be fair, it's hard not to know that they're the best just because of how many titles that they've taken already.
That's right. It seems like we are on an encore of their world tour. They just recently landed right before MPL Philippines Season 13 started, got another title under their belts, and this time around, they're looking to defend their season championships. Some members of their squad actually two-time MPL champions, but just the same, they're facing off against a very who themselves are also defending something of their own, a legacy of excellence under the Blacklist International brand.
Yeah, determined to return to their championship form are the Code Breakers. And the way they've talked about their expectation for this team, they still want to get there to the top. But it doesn't have that same air of, dare I say, arrogance in the past. Now it's more of like, if you're not careful and if you doubt us and if you think you're going to easily beat us, then you'll be surprised by us. That feels like the air Blacklist is coming in with this season.
Which at some point, some might argue, whether you're an agent or not, comes down to semantics, right? It comes down to how you take it and how the aura of this team has changed.
Yeah.
Despite a season and a few months elapsing, one player moving out, shifting that roster just a wee bit, it seems like so much has changed, but still it's the same Blacklist International.
A big change, but one thing I've noticed that hasn't changed here is their big trust on the what they call the MV free.
Oh, yeah.
And they are really sticking to it, and then individually they have performed very well. Sometimes it's just a cohesion between all of them sometimes that you have to look at whether or not it works on certain stages of the world or locally.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see because as the past has proven, every time where it seems like Blacklist go into a season where, that master might not make it as far as they'd hoped for, they surprise us. They made it back to the world stage in M5. Even before that, they got to the MSC Grand Finals. And Blacklist International at this point, it's no surprise if you get surprised by them for going far.
It's been years since Blacklist actually missed a podium finish.
Yeah.
Years.
Consistently following close by. Actually second almost always.
Exactly. So now here in Season 13, I don't doubt that they are going to wow us. They're going to impress us in one way or another. And again, this has been echoed on social media. I get this message or some version of it maybe 6 or 7 times a day. Watch out for playoffs Blacklist. But we're about 7-8 weeks earlier from that. So now today, I think this will be a great way to set expectations.
Yeah, setting expectations will be very important. Setting impressions was the theme for the last one. This time around is to set expectations. Because as we all know, a lot of people expect AP Bren to be beasts. Do you understand what I actually did there with the word beasts? Thank you. AP Bren, still undisputed. A lot of people, not just in the Philippines, not just us, but a lot of people all over the world saying they are undisputed the best team in the world.
Yeah, I mean, taking almost each and every international tournament consecutively.
That's right.
That's no mean feat, guys.
I've been watching AP Bren ever since they started their investment run since Season 10. And I gotta say, it's been a sweet journey watching them from that top 4 finish all the way till 11, where we could have sworn they were gonna take it. Won a few different championships along the way, despite dropping in MPL. And then Season 12 finally, and now they're walking in like they own the place. Again, might as well, they're the champions.
Flapteasy especially, like, you know.
Yeah. He has that aura with him. And AP Bren does have that aura with them. Still, strange. Call them the reigning champions of the world, but that's what they are. Undisputed, undeniable. Against a team that they face in the playoffs, the finals of MPL Philippines Season 12, a team that is, after the M5 World Championship, ended at third,
That's
if I'm
right.
not mistaken.
There you go. That's right. You're calling back to EVM for that Grand Finals bout and to Rizal Memorial Coliseum in the lower bracket finals, which was also quite emotional.
Now, welcome to the stage to ensure the fairness and integrity of our games. Here are our marshals who will officiate the match. You have Jeff, Patrick, Wilbert, and Chico.
His bias in twice is Momo Hirai.
Mine is Che Young. Now, let's welcome our two teams. It's APBR and Blacklist International.
Mind you that they shattered the Golden Road. They proved that the road of victory is proved only by the strongest. Acknowledge that they are the champions of the Philippines and the reigning champions of the world, APBR! Driven by the desire to be the best yet again, strengthened by the hunger to prove the doubters wrong, fueled by what they call their championship mindset. They are truly top tier. It's Blacklist International! Our coaches, Coach Ducky and Coach Bon Chan. MPL Arena, make some noise for two of our most legendary organizations!
And in case you missed it, the team that shattered the Golden Road, Super Marco, Kyle Teasy, Few, Flap Teasy, and Ogwen, is the reigning world champions, APBR.
They literally colored the road with gold as they walked all over every single airport I can think of right now.
And their opponents, Blacklist International's Oheb, Sensue, Yue, Edward, and Haji.
If last season's Blacklist International felt very young, this one is in their sophomore year. Again, they are resetting their mindset, they're redefining their approach to the road to another championship, and they're bound to make the haters think twice. I'm loving the vibe on Oe, by the way. The Filipino sniper, I've been a fan of him for years now. He's my baby brother, but tonight, to be honest, as he stood right in the middle of that lineup, I think he's gonna be something else tonight.
And Blacklist International will have to bring something else tonight. Now that Haji back in the room, it feels like this was something that people were begging for last season. Try Haji out in the roam, and even before that, and now he's back here.
Well, Askin, you have been given. That's exactly what it is. And I would love to commend Blacklist for sticking to this. This is exactly where APBR was a few seasons ago, way back season 10. It did not work out. They did not finish in the strongest way, but they stuck with it. They let it cook. They let the combination cook, and look where they are now.
I'm hoping that in Season 13, finally we see come to fruition the expectations to see Haji go into a full-on leadership role. Because again, he's always been touted as a co-captain with the Hitman, Renegade, in the previous seasons that they shared the roster together, right? But now, it's him who's clearly taken the lead. It's him at the reins of this very young roster. So, with that said, I'm all for it. I want to see the machine work.
We have a bold ask here, as Blacklist International will be going up against AP Bren, Flap TZ, the World Championship Finals MVP. Leo, what's our Infinix keys to victory?
Let's talk about it. The K2V brought to us by Infinix, as we see two of the most celebrated, decorated, talented, and just beloved XP laners in all of the game. For AP Bren, we gotta see that hunger. You've won so much already. What in the opening weekend will you show that proves that that doesn't get to your head, that there's more to the bees? As for Blacks International, show us your determination. Again, all throughout the years, we know now the brand speaks for himself. You see this logo themselves. They are they. You know what they can bring. Prove that that's what we're going to see soon enough. And as well for both, show us why you're two of the best teams ever. Again, they're both world champions, both multi-time MPL champions. The world knows that MLBB from the Philippines, more often than not, it's black and gold. This is what it's all about.
Yeah, and you see there actually on the screen, Flap TZ showing there the two coaches of AP Bren, Coach Ducky and Coach Trevor, formerly of Echo.
Is there a Kala Dex Bond version of this?
We gotta see that. It's there somewhere.
Yeah.
Come on.
Hopefully the next meetup between these two, that'll happen.
Yeah, maybe it's in Haji's phone. Because
Hopefully.
I know you guys don't notice it because Haji looks so young. He's actually one of the longest players in that team, like the most experienced.
Exactly, he made his debut season 2.
So
that's when Eson won his his first MPL championship.
Exactly.
So that's how far back the young man goes.
Exactly. So, real quick, again, just to throw back to the K2V brought to us by Infinix. Gentlemen, do you get the same vibe that this just becomes more than mechanics? Like the way that these K2Vs and how we should expect to watch this matchup and see it unfold, it's more than just what happens in the Land of Dawn. There's a lot to it. There's a mythos. There's a legend to it.
Yeah, definitely. You can't just look at this in such a technical aspect. You have to consider, again, the brand that these two organizations, these two teams, and the players within them have painted for the rest of the world. They're legends, living legends at this point. Flap, you being the two of the two-time world champions in MLBB esports history, Agent Zero Edward, the Filipino sniper Oheb, the KDA machine Haji. Again, it's fun to look at it, and it's still important to look at it technicals-wise, but in terms of just enjoy it. Oh my god, it's Blacklist versus AP Bren. You can't let that go.
Their logos are basically stamps of excellence, not just for the players currently right there, but for everyone else who has passed through these colors.
All right, I'm going to show the mark in me. Is this your Stone Cold Rock? Is this what it looks like?
The closest it has ever been, yes, in terms of the figures.
Probably.
Yeah.
Right?
Our Stone Cold
Immortal, literally.
Again,
who doesn't know these guys, right?
These are icons. And they throw back to different eras, right? Blacklist started their dominance in Season 7. AP Bren, even as far back as some would argue Season 1, you know all about Bren. So now they're so long-living.
And right now, obviously, it just starts to feel like all three of us are just right there. We're all with you guys. We are excited to see what these teams have been cooking, because obviously everyone wants to play what they play.
Yeah, earlier, Rockhard, I asked you your thoughts heading into this match right before we ended the first series. You said, I wish I could just watch this game. And as casters, we will admit, there are some games that we wish we could just watch. It's always an honor to do our job, but when you have these two titans, the context, the history between everyone involved in this matchup, you can't just help but, to put it simply, fanboy over the moment.
That's right. If you ask me if I'm a member of the Hive or an agent here tonight, I'll just tell you, yes.
Yeah. Yes. That's very
There's
much
no correct answer. There's no wrong answer.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And we haven't really delved that too deep into the technicals, but I think we should now. But
probably.
Just as a reminder, if
so we
this
can
is
keep
your,
our jobs.
Yeah, just so we can keep our jobs. Just a reminder, if you're a new viewer of MPL Philippines or MLBB Esports, let's talk about these two teams, what they like to play like. Let's start with AP Bren. Maybe a quick sentence from both of you to describe the AP Bren playstyle, Rockhard.
XP lane.
XP lane.
For AP Bren, Flap TZ has been crazy recently. I don't know what is with this guy, but he's got it.
All right.
Yeah.
Leo, what about you?
Perfect response. They're capable of playing the aggressive way. They're capable of playing the long game and finding an odd moment to rope-a-dope. But when AP Bren are cooking, it's always the perfect response to whatever's happening.
All right. So that's a quick reminder of what AP Bren likes. Blacklist International. You know, so I could join into this. For me, it would be deadly comfort. You know how they play around objectives, and the utility type junglers and roamers. That has been their stamp of excellence.
And I think they have to kind of just roll back to what they're known for, especially when Bonchan was just on a roll. It's to innovate. I feel like every time a season we go up for an off season, Bonchan just comes in with something crazy. It shakes everything up. I miss those times, and those are some things that you can never count out with Blacklist.
I'd like to think that's one solid strength. I'm not saying that doesn't exist anymore. It's not something we can expect for. But what really impresses me for Blacklist, especially in recent memory, is their step-by-step approach to the game. Whether it be outside of the Land of Dawn or in the Land of Dawn, maybe only second to RSG, who's, through the leadership of Coach Panda, very good with the ABCs, the 1, 2, 3, the procedural timing-based approach. It's Blacklist who's second to that. Even with, the Royal Duo in the lineup, or this younger lineup, they always know what's next after a certain play.
All right. And so people will probably be saying, hey, Reptar, why didn't you say anything for AP Bren? I'll put it simply. Best in the world. And now, we are heading into the draft between two legendary organizations. Figures up there in the mythos of MLBB esports history. It wasn't that long ago, we saw them in action. We got a glimpse of what they can bring to the table. For AP Bren, we got a full look. And of course, we're getting a full look right now. Uncle Esson, actually, back in the roster for Blacklist.
I miss Esson, man. I feel like if you throw Esson in, he's just gonna do something. He's just gonna do something.
He's immortal at this point.
He's immortal.
The
Can't touch him.
One of the founders of New Hook City, because I was reminded that Payne was the first Hook City mayor, and then eventually became Esson. But now, done with history, let's go back to the present. AP Bren on the blue side, Blacklist International on the red.
Yeah, this is gonna be really fun. And again, I would like to remind everyone, take notes. It's so crucial for you guys to know what literally the best teams in the world are doing right now. And I think if you are a big fan of the whole meta, if you study it very extensively, you are recording right now. So make sure it's on 1080p.
Oh, for sure.
Or higher.
Or higher.
You can go higher if you can,
4K.
We don't blame you for it. Yeah, y'all remember that meme of that guy who was like trying to help his friend put on eye drops, but then the entire bottle opened?
Yeah, and then he can see in 4K.
Yeah, you can see. Not even 4K. It zoomed into his eye, and then it just saw the universe.
My goodness.
And I'm only bringing that up because that's what it feels like when we have Coach Ducky and Coach Bonchan drafting. It seems like they're steps ahead.
That's right.
Especially when you're working on it from an analyst perspective as a caster.
Yeah.
You also have to try and match that.
Plus the analytical depth of one Dexstar and the reputation of Coach Treb. The Trevor Blitz draft. I don't know if it's a matter of them taking their time or they really talking through it, but it looks like we already have our first pick. Is that a Vexana?
It does.
First pick, Vex.
Seems to be. That's crucial.
Is that a pick or a ban?
That's a pick. It's in color.
Oh yeah.
Color.
Yeah, it should be a pick on the Vex.
Yeah, I would really be very excited about few handling heroes like this, right? I feel like he does excel. I mean, obviously he's still got the mechanics, but I think few from Bren Esports really excels in those heroes that know when to drop the ult.
Yeah.
When to make things fly. Not saying he's not on par mechanically. I'm just saying that's exactly why you pick a hero like Few on your team.
I think it's his deadly combination of that wisdom, experience, and his mechanics. Again, it was just last season when we saw him anime flickering away from ults and key skills. Like, oh, you saw that?
And predicted that?
Yeah, and is this not the same player that can actually play a Gushan, a Vexana? Well, we're about to see it now.
Yeah, I've seen a Gushan,
a Lilia, a Fredrin, a Phovius in mid, a Joy in mid. There's nothing you can't do.
I'm sure there's a muscle memory for Selena there as well somewhere.
Of course.
Yeah.
Championship Selena.
Championship
Call
Selena.
it back. Ages like fine wine, and He's not that old, but I mean, in terms of our sport, you know, when you reach like close to around 24, 25, you're considered one of the older players in the league already.
He's way past
You're
that.
not a young man.
A little bit past that.
He's a little bit past that? I thought he was
I
only
think
like
so.
25.
I guess he's just about 2 years older
Just
than me.
about.
Then that's fine.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, what? All right, gotta double check that fact. Hop on the Liquid
Because I
Media
think
real
he was
quick.
like, I think he was like 18 when he was like 6 years
He
ago.
debuted.
The world champion. Maybe, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Carrie and Grok there, and Grok actually is a pick that has been rising up in popularity in
There we go.
off-season tournaments, and even in MPL Indonesia are good friends there. Hi everyone, if any of you are
Hey,
watching.
what's
I know you're going
up?
through your own things. But yes, let's quickly run back through the bands first. Ruby, Novaria, Cici for AP Bren, Matilda, Joy, and Nolan for Blacklist International.
I like that they actually paid attention to all three of the Trinity. Again, there's the Joy, there's the Nolan, there's the Gwyn.
And the patch notes, of
Yeah.
course.
And Blacklist International going tit for tat, save for their difference in mid and jungle. So AP Bren, they're keeping their tabs open. Coach Trev and Ducky asking Kyle, hey, you need the hero now? Kyle says, no, we can wait. And what's left for Kyle? There's actually a smorgasbord. There's still the Fred, still the Baksha, not many left in Assassins.
Fanny.
Barats, but I don't like the Barats with what's on the board right now for them.
Yeah, no. Gonna be a struggle.
Fanny, did you say the F word?
Yeah, I said.
Fanny? Nope, there it is, there it is.
There it is.
There it is.
Said the F word. I was surprised. I was like, wait, did I?
No.
You gave me a heart attack, man.
Yeah, I was.
No, because Fanny is also part. She's a phantom part of that Trinity.
That's true.
Only second, maybe to Nolan. She's one of the few assassins actually valid.
For specific players. Right.
Correct. And Kyle Teasy is one of those players.
Oh boy. Yeah.
As we look at it right now, again, you have to acknowledge the fact that Guinevere's range on her spatial migration has been shortened. So it's not going to be... She needs to get a little bit closer to get that jump off. And it's easier to read, or to read the trajectory of it, honestly. Like, I've gone up... Ever since the change, I've gone up against a few Guineveres, and I found myself not getting hit by it way more.
It's not as abusive as it once was,
Yeah.
right? It's not as unpunishable. You can kind of see it coming now. And, you know.
Oh, sorry to cut you off there.
Yeah, you can see it coming from a mile away. Anyway,
Yeah. I was cooking. I think they're reading into the situation that maybe the Grok is going to the XP. It's not impossible.
Yeah.
Because they still blocked out the Barats. You can still put a different roamer, like say like a Rafael or something, to allow for a Barats. But then they blocked that out.
Yeah.
All right.
Trying to look at what we have here. Paquito. There we go.
Obviously.
Edward Balboa.
Gotta utilize that early game Paquito, and you know that's one for Agent Zero.
I had the Tiger playing already.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, in my head it was the bass line first. Yep.
Yeah.
And there's a reason why Paquito showing up there. He's always been a good secondary choice to go for in the EXP lane. However, because of the change to Paquito, especially now,
He's one of the
his
few
second
heroes
skill buff.
who actually just got a clean buff.
Yeah.
in this patch.
Yeah.
It's like you get second skill at level 1. By level 2, there's a good chance if you land your combos, you're winning lane.
Oh, there is.
You should. And there's the Fred.
Yep.
It's a World Championship winning Fred there for Kyle Teasy. It looks like it's a Roam Grok from my point of view, and it's an R-Lot. I think this is going in the hands of Flap Teasy.
Looks like we're seeing... Okay, there you go.
No question.
No question about that.
If y'all were watching Series 1 tonight, Minana Evos versus TNC, and you saw how Kirk won 2 MVPs back-to-back, y'all watch Flap Teasy's Arlet.
You're gonna be in for a treat. You're gonna be in for a treat for sure.
Yeah. And this is a tendency that we actually see with lineups that have Claude and Guinevere's. If open, the opposing team will probably pick R-Lot. There's just something about, of course, with the speed of Final Slash coming out, the repositioning, and the surprise factor that it brings, it can mess up the entries of Claude's and Guinevere's.
It's too good right now. It's too good. You can throw it on almost any position still, even with the nerfs, and it can never go wrong.
Yeah. Very flexible pickup there. Very dependable. Blacklist International. Okay. I haven't heard that.
That was a
voice line in
very,
while.
yeah, same.
And it's a new line, too. It's one of those newer lines from New Skins.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Cool.
So Valentina, most likely going to be getting... I wouldn't be surprised if this gonna instead of the Eternal Guard, it's actually gonna opt to go for one of the setup.
Yep, Final Slash or Wild Charge.
Or the Wild Charge, yes.
You don't want the light wheels.
I mean, if you want to, I'm not gonna knock people for their choices, but yes, you wouldn't want that.
So with this said, Blacks International, again, they're playing to their identity. These are heroes that are not off of their MO. But for AP Bren, I'd say the fact that it's a Vex on Few makes it a different flavor.
Yeah.
It's not as mobile as again, me and Rockhart would like to see.
That's true. Again, you kind of look for heroes like the Lilia recently, as of late. Aurora, I'm missing out the Auroras. The
off-season was too long.
Yeah,
for
it was
the
just too
Aurora.
long, man. People just did not bite into it.
Huge shout outs to our online viewers who are with us to witness our superstar match of the week, AP Bren and Blacklist International.
And of course, as our way of saying thanks, watch out for the code that you may redeem in your MLB app for hero skins and tournament chests.
Game number 1 between two legendary organizations. The calm before the storm. Early game priorities, Leo, what do we expect?
I'm expecting that this Grok pick by AP Bren will make Blacklist International consider using their early resources. Again, a flicker for a flicker, but Oakwood still walks away.
Yeah, Rengar basically called it. That's exactly what you got to do the moment you hit that level 2.
Yep.
And yeah, they're making it a possible case for punishment.
Great call there by Blacklist International to tell Edward to be proactive from the lane early on. By the way, focus on Few, the goated idol of the world.
Oh, wait a second.
Almost getting taken down there, but 5 days, 10 hours, and 41 minutes is the total game time of Few in MPL PH Season 1.
He's a
5
season
days?
oneer. I mean, you counted the total hours.
Total hours, yes.
That's right. Okay, so that's 2 flickers off the board for AP Bren, 1 from Blacks International, and they already have, but what, a 200, 300 gold lead. Looking at their items, folks, please do not mind that. I'm pretty sure we will have to jog the system to get the actual items, but something to note about emblems. Check out Tensui, rocking that concussive blast. Something tells me he wants to expedite lane clears and camp clears so they can be part of fights sooner.
That means Blacklist definitely going to want to play it closer to the chest here. You can see Flap TZ. US close by. He's there fine. Forces the flicker out of Flap TZ, but he goes for the re-engage. Sensui has a 1v1 of Cal TZ. There he goes, the Eternal Guard. And those guards just going to have to find their own ways back to their masters. Going back to the turtle.
Neither team suffering a death. Yue, Haji walking in Sensui in the middle of this turtle fight.
Yeah, looking really good here. Obviously secured by Blacklist International. What a masterclass. 4 clashes.
Well, Rockhart, earlier you mentioned for AP Bren, Flap TZ and the EXP lane just doing really well. Right now, again, we are reminded of the change to Paquito and how strong he is in the early game. Great for junglers, even better if you're landing your abilities with their EXP laner, against the opposing EXP laner. And Blacklist International are really putting pressure as well onto Flap TZ's lane.
And that's the right thing to do. I think, given AP Bren's lineup, besides Ogwin and maybe Kyle TZ, not many of them will actually have any actual impact up until the mid-game. Looking at Super Marco, you want items on that carry. Looking at Flap, you can sustain, but there's really no source of damage or follow-through unless it's a big fight. So AP Bren's waiting for that, for the right response, for the right timing.
And I'm really loving this Yue pick. You can see why they pick it up on last.
Yeah.
Great answer with either Wild Charge, Eternal Guard. He can do basically anything here. And maybe a Final Slash. You never know what's going to come out of the Yue. Gotta watch out for that for AP Bren.
Yeah. Right now, Hogan forced to go back out. TZ trying to be aggressive.
Yeah, Cal TZ will definitely be able to dance out this one.
Yeah. Wild Charge on the Yue. Here are the items real quick. That's Oheb up on Marco's gold by about 200, 300. And that's a huge chunk of the gold lead actually standing on both teams. But look at that, Marco actually barely on forward. The ult catches Ogwin.
Good damage from Sensui, but there you go. That's what you get. Obviously, it's still a tank Guinevere when it comes down to it.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happens. You can't do it with a 1v1 yet.
You see here the struggle for the Arlot. And the slight struggle for AP Bren, although they have a good amount of control for them right now. Seems like Blacklist are timing their abilities a little bit better, maximizing them, I think would be the better word, because they're controlling the tempo that AP Bren usually likes to set.
Yep, and it's because of space. It's the fact that their lineup is just more mobile, it's just more agile, and at this point in the game, it's the re-engages that matter. It's not exactly the actual secures. Not like this, see? You're not going to get the skill, and it's so hard to confirm the skill unless you waste your ults, your resources, and that's where Blacklist wins. There's little inches.
Oh, Edward trying to go for the temp check here, but will be trapped in with the huge barrier here. But Blacklist members getting quite low. Kaltizi as well might force him to back off. Ogwin, Flapteezy, will they pull the trigger? Yue seems one thing, and Kaltizi with retribution. Getting that turtle. Blacklist on the back here.
The game of ages continue!
And there you go. Sensui just not in the position to contest. There goes first blood for APBR.
Oh, they're still going to be continuing it. What?
Non-stop action here. Haji falling as well. Flapteezy gets the first 2 kills of the game.
Isn't this what you talked about here, Leo? The rope-a-dope, that little re-engage that APBR love to do and do so well?
That's right, and they understood that Blacklist can do it very well with this roster, with this lineup. But APBR played it to a point wherein after that turtle, they used the advantage that was taken from the turtle kill. Damage on Kyle TZ, extra shields on everyone, and again, a game of inches, nay, millimeters that allow for APBR to add up these little advantages into eventually 2 kills and a major objective. Now, there's a relatively big lead when it comes to engagement in space.
Yeah.
Yep, speaking of engagement, US seems to want to see if he can get some damage off of Kyle TZ, but Haji is actually not going to be able to close it up. Neil Fury not in range yet. Bren, they are walking defense here, and they catch Ogwin! Ogwin might be in trouble here. Wild charges out of the way, and Yuen not going to have the abilities to close the gap.
Woo. Master Ogwin able to get out of that. Now, an interesting thing that happened actually right before that was in the middle lane. You can see the health of that middle tower for Blacklist International.
Oh boy.
Low. On a rotational choice by Few and Kyle TZ after getting that win in the orange side of the jungle of Blacklist International, went to the mid, and now Blacklist will have to worry because of when that tower falls and APBR are in control, then APBR are going to start playing that APBR game of smothering you in the mid.
It's a major artery, and honestly, it was paid for by Ogwin. Ogwin was willing to die for that push, but he didn't. That's what it is.
Yeah, Kaltizi and Sensui just facing off against each other. Your flicker used by Edward. That Paquito might have some trouble re-engaging, especially reaching Super Marco here at the back, who is working on this turtle right now.
And that's it. Kyle TZ secures once more, and I think Blacklist understand that we can't let that first turtle take happen again. And Kyle TZ pushing the advantage.
Yeah, just keeping at it. Making sure that Blacklist don't have much room to breathe here on the bottom side of the map. Oheb just not quite ready to take the fight just yet.
So, what started off as a rough time in the EXP lane for Flap, TZ, and APBR eventually turned into, well, even there, but definitely the major artery of the game in the mid lane broken by APBR. That's one of their main comforts, and Oheb is also struggling in the gold lane up against Super Marco that just got broken down. So this is now the APBR timer of that mid-game power spike.
Yeah, for calling back here, one of the safest carry gamers in the world. In Season 10, in his debut season, only didn't die?
That's right. No.
Or died once.
He had a 6 or 7 game win streak.
7 game win streak
right
on the carry.
before carry was actually fully on meta.
Yeah.
It was Super Marco was pushing the propaganda, and it actually happened. And now with that said, he may be up on Oheb, maybe just 300, 400 gold, because again, Oheb hasn't died. But just the same, the map is not looking good for Blacklist.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like he's touchable at all here. Even Edward gonna have a hard time reaching Super Marco right now.
All right, so now the question is for Blacklist International. How do you come back from this? Are you really just dependent on that power spike of the Claude? Is there something that you can do to punish APBR?
One thing you can say is definitely wait for Oheb to get his Trinity and then try to go deep into the back line, take down Few, find a window wherein Marco can die. But, well, priorities, number 1, get some farm on Oheb. And I don't know if this Blacklist International has the anti-disaster protocol in them. It's in the programming, it's in the code, but they need to consider that too, because I think Sensui is not eating very well.
He's struggling. He just got a purple buff taken from under his nose here. Lord, gonna come up. Rockhart. It's not that far in gold, so Blacklist can contest, but should they?
That's a big question, isn't it? Even if Sensui gets in, the damage is quite negligible, and everyone just can get out, even with the capture here. So, yeah, I guess that's a big question, Blacklist. Is OHEB ready? Well, since we go straight for few or something, because Super Marco is just an unanswered answer right now. Oh.
This is a dance if I've ever seen one, gentlemen.
Yeah, the closest we got to an old school Lord dance, a little bit more new gen version of it. Quick reset.
Yeah, faster paced. Yeah, there you go.
You actually see the two teams managing the minion waves in mid and bottom first before they prioritize and trying to jockey for position.
Edward's on top since we getting into position, maybe to get into a good Violet Requiem, but then again can be easily punished here by Super Marco.
Ooh, second soft reset of this Lord Dance elapsed maybe 30, 40 seconds in now, and they maintain the HP. It's still there, half health.
The Lord Dance of Fold, still waiting for who's going to pull the trigger. Not exactly in position. Here comes AP Bren.
Yeah, that's a beautiful wall here, making sure that no one can actually answer, except maybe for a good Violet Requiem. And we're seeing it right now, but the effect is just not being felt here. Edward from the back. Palpatine still gets a retribution. Ogun goes down. The collapse is beautiful here for Blacklist.
That's
Going
a very
straight
expensive Lord. A 3 for 2.
Oh boy, and one more to boot maybe. If Flapteasy can make it, but Super Marco, make sure there's damage to boot. OHEB close by as well, but no ultimate means it's a no-go.
All right, it's messy, it's scrappy, but I'd say both teams walked away with an exchange that they're willing to walk away. This is what you call a negotiation. When neither party is happy, but they walk away with what they got.
They got something.
Oh,
They got
all right.
something.
Something to note about that fight, right? The only reason why it ended in a trade like that is because OHEB came in from all the way top, put stacks on his Art of Thievery first, and then engaged. And then after you saw Lord go down to the 8 or 9K mark, that's the point of no return. And that was just the perfect timing for them to come in and then punish. Get the first 2 kills on AP Bren, trade for Blacklist, eventually another kill for AP Bren, and then Blacklist gets one, and then the Lord got taken from there.
Flapteasy just missed the final slash. AP Bren did get the Lord. Blacklist minimized their losses, but they are going to be dropping towers as AP Bren continue to push forward. Key item pickups few with the Divine Glaives. Tsui with the entry goes back.
They're seeing maybe they can make some more happen here, but no. Missing out on some crucial jumps here. Edward also trying to get a backline access going, but it's just no go if you're going for Super Marco.
Step by step, AP Bren are taking what's free on the map. They did not force the issue for bottom lane inhibitor, so they took mid tier 2, orange buff, top tier 2, and then with that, Blacklist are now cordoned off inside their own base. It'll be lucky if maybe Edward or OHEB can actually find farm elsewhere, but that'll be very, very difficult. Like, see here now, Agent Zero, he has to consider going home. He can't split push like this. I think AP Bren is on his chase.
Oh yeah, running back. And you see there, because of the presence of Agent Zero in some key team fights, that's where the heart of their counter punish, their counter collapse will come from. The entry of Edward and the Paquito. And two things that Tsui and Haji have been doing really well is actually maximizing their control, which is why AP Bren can't get that picture-perfect team fight that we're known for them to have. Even though we see the positioning that is classic AP Bren, the dominant performance in a team fight, it's getting controlled really well by Blacklist International.
If you're AP Bren, you're just looking at, you know what, Leo's right. They're going to have a lot of team fight access here from the back with Edward, but if you are AP Bren, you're also thinking, you know what, keep an eye on Edward, we should be good. So our front is pretty much covered.
Yeah, something else to note, I think they have to keep tabs on Edward's flicker timer. Again, now it's clear for us to see 40 seconds in, but that's not going to be enough time for until the Lord spawns in about 20. So there'll be a, 10, 15-second window wherein AP Bren is free of any threat from Agent Zero. So I wonder if they're playing that well now, especially since they're setting up the long lane here in bottom.
Yeah, not just to avoid his threat, but also to find a way to punish him for not having a flicker up, but he's going to the opposite side of the map. I don't think AP Bren will find that opening. They get first positioning in the Lord. Oh, have got the orange buff there.
Waves look super good right now, and looks like it is a go for AP Bren. Super Marco up front, and a huge entrance here for Flapteasy. Nice request, nice answer here for Requiem, but Edward is also going to be put up very, very low.
Abun Jingjing takes a face full of light wheels. Now Lord down to a fifth of his health.
Oh, he's getting ready to go in maybe, but a wild charge from Owen stops him out. Yoei goes down as well, but Edward takes out Few. It's a reset on the Lord, but look at him. Kaltisi, Super Marco, they're taking him out. They are wreaking havoc on the Blacklist front line.
What looked like a huge fight for the Lord turned into just, you know what? Let's just fight. A good turn by both teams. A good decision there. AP Bren will win that Lord out, and now they're going to be marching towards top.
Deja vu. It was just but weeks ago that Blacklist had to face the Turkish Fireflux Esports, and it was in a very same
Oh
moment.
my God,
Turn!
Marco!
Oh!
That was...
Now, that's just the firepower talking. That's just about the 4K, 5K gold lead that AP Bren has.
That's Marco Maniac right there. That wasn't a maniac, but you know how he can play.
It felt like a maniac.
Felt like a maniac. That's what matters.
Fun fact about Super Marco, most kills in MPL Philippines Season 12. 128. Also the highest kills per game and GPM and gold per game. Super Marco showing why he is one of the best, if not the best gold laner in the world right now.
He's on his way to most kills now. Again, he's credited for about half of all of AP Bren's kills at this point. And again, was it not this same carry that wasn't doing anything much past the 6 or 7 minute mark of this game? He was very quiet. He needed that mid-game power spike, and now they're playing off of inevitability. Looking at the item builds, Amai, is that right? Is Sensui building hybrid?
Seems so. I think they are feeling that big lack of some damage, maybe, into what we can only expect when the Violet Requiem comes in. They're just not getting what they want. Now they are going to have to face the brunt of the AP Bren's front line.
Here comes AP Bren. Looking to seal game one right here, but Katis, he gets caught. Sensui goes
Very
back.
happy in. Sensui with the back here. Lord is on top. Waves are getting cleared up, but will it be enough? Haji goes in the middle with Fury, and it's only going to be a few people coming up here, and AP Bren are ready to go for it once more. AP Bren have to defend the front line and the back line against Edward, and he's going to go, and that just might be it. Sensui will not have the firepower to stop this. It's 1-0.
Good start. Great start for the reigning champions of the world. It was rough for them in the beginning. A bit of pressure from the side of Blacklist International Agent Zero. But as always, AP Bren finds a way to turn it around and spike up in the mid-game.
Exactly how you expect the world champions to play, you will not be able to breathe. If that's you know what I mean, right? When you're in a game and you're trying to get some breathing room, they will not give that to you.
Yep, as soon as they went for that gambit in mid, Ogwin almost paid with his life to try and push that mid lane turret, open up that main artery to allow for the rest of AP Bren to farm, wherein it was supposedly Blacklist farming that definitely grew that gold lead. I'm waiting for the post-game stats. I want to see if it really was just about 5K or 6K in between, because it felt like more. It felt like double that.
Yeah, I think it would also have to be attributed to the fact that Blacklist International at times looked hesitant to make a play. They were, it's as if they got into the idea of, this is AP Bren we're dealing with. We have to find a better picture of our start. And that sort of got to them. That's what it sort of felt like at times for me. I could be wrong.
The way I read that situation, again, on your behalf at least, because I get it. It's either I make the right choice or no choice at all. Yeah. They made, in some junctures, no choice at all, which allowed AP Bren to barrel on forward even more.
I think most of it was kind of balanced around whether or not Agent Zero was going to have a good entry.
It's Agent Zero who was making more of the, all right, I'll just try anyways.
I'll try something.
Yeah.
So, and if it doesn't work, I feel like Blacklist always went for the reset, which is, again, it's not to fault. They didn't like lose out on any big team fights. There's always someone left alive, but they also didn't win any big ones as well.
It's what happens when you have a Minotaur and a Guinevere. Those are your strengths, right? Yeah. Motivation Roar, get some heals. Spacious Migration, basically the whole kit of Guinevere is come in, CC, jump out, come in, CC, jump out.
And you're alive. You have heal.
But again, it's the finishing power. It's the, I'd say, committing towards the end. Let's go ahead and check out the post-game stats here, starting with our MVP, awarding it over to Super Macau on that carry, his signature hero, rocking that. Folks, this is how you build carry these days. It's a remnants of that off-season tank carry that was a nightmare, the bane of everyone's existence in ranked games. But this time, this is the version that works, all right? So take a note from your very own Super Marco, M5 World Champion, MPL Champion, International Sensation, Fighter Emblem, Attack Speed, Life Spell Vamp, and then Brave Smite. All right, let's check out the highlights once again. Super Marco, eyes on him. He played the early game very safely, only took part where it mattered. Look, He knows that there was a turtle fight. He knows that there was a scuffle. But he's like, you know what? No, fam, I'm going to farm. I'm going to let OHEB go ahead and rotate because I know that past the 5-minute mark, 6, 7 minutes, here, 10, the very first Lord take from AP Bren, they were going to pop off and then get the payoff from here. Super Marco going for the flank, waiting for this trade to actually pay off. Again, it was a very expensive trade for Blacklist, cost him the Lord. And in the second Lord take, this is where it all went AP Bren. Yes, they did lose few, but it was a worthy sacrifice given that they also got the Lord. And, well, they will get the Lord, and then they allowed Super Marco to barrel on forward. This is where it started to feel like he was playing with a maniac kill score. I mean, he did not score the maniac, but eventually it came in where it was just, again, as mentioned earlier, inevitability that they were playing off of a carry that has a solid amount of peel and good damage backup NCC from the Vexana. Looking at the game time, 16 minutes, that's about a solid clip, especially since Blacklist was playing a solid early game, but come mid and late, the power spike from AP Bren. And when Super Marco said, you know what, Marco online, that's where it started to change, that's where it started to shift. Some key pickups as well. Ogun with the Quantum Charge allowed him to survive moments he should not have. And now, eyes on Sensui here. Do note earlier, it was actually US items I was looking at, thinking he was building hybrid, but no, this is full on tank Sensui Guinevere, the El Clasico, even as far back as Season 12. Comparing that to what Kyle TZ built, who was already propping up for OHEB to be online, he built this blade armor relatively early. I think as early as the Lord number 1, he already has a blade armor. So he knows that if OHEB is coming in, hell, even Edward, if Edward tries to burst down the Fredrin, try to take the retribution out of Blacklist, rather AP Bren's formula, then he would at least pay the price. That would be at least a trade. Looking at the damage dealt, team fight participation, again, a majority of these kills going over to Super Marco, Kyle TZ and Flap TZ being solid both peel and a threat for CC. Solid front line, but still, this is odd. Gentlemen, I did not feel that Edward was a sandbag. Did y'all feel that too? I think he was putting out solid amounts of damage.
Yeah,
he had
I
a
think
solid pickoff maybe 2 or 3 times, but him taking the most damage?
Probably because of the shields, he didn't feel like he was dying a lot, but he was probably the insane amounts of shields coming in, right?
Yeah, because he was the frontliner that was always deepest, I believe, for Blacklist International.
I guess. So, again, the amount of damage he was dishing out and taking, and then weaving in and out of fights, maybe that's what added up to the 94K he took in total game number 1. And talking about damage to turrets, I don't know exactly how accurate this is, but it did feel like after the 6 or 7 minute mark, Blacklist really could not touch any of AP Bren's major objectives.
Wow, what a performance by these two teams. And of course, AP Bren just showing the world why they are who they are.
I mean, most of the time, it was just like, I was just caught myself with my mouth open. And, wow.
Yeah.
It's like, how do they keep doing that? It's amazing how they do it. But at the same time, you also have to give it to Blacklist. I mean, it was a very slow burn for AP Bren.
I think it's a shame that I also did not mention as much of Flap TZ. The fact that he was a very quiet player, or at least a silent actor in a lot of these fights, means AP Bren was hiding the potential. Because again, how many major responses with the final flash did they have to do? Again, maybe it was because it was so clumped up, but the fight ended way too soon before we even saw that actually happen.
Yeah. And before we move on, though, we just have to remind everyone that we want to give a huge shout out to our official sponsor, Smart.
Be part of the digital transformation in the world of connectivity. Say hello to convenience, flexibility, and local connectivity with a smart prepaid SIM. Right there, your eSIM, bro.
Yeah, just scan it. It's right there on you. It's a QR code.
That's right. You can grab it via digital delivery through the Smart online store for only 99 pesos. That's the Smart eSIM. Get to it. This is the future.
Future.
Future is now. Now we have to look at, well, still the future. What's there to do now for these two teams? Because I have a question, gentlemen. Yes, a season has passed. A major international has passed. Off-season tournaments have passed. But it still feels like I'm seeing the same two teams we saw in MPL Philippines Season 12 in terms of how they play. Maybe just different or improved versions of it. But from my point of view, it feels like nothing has changed between them. And even though Haji's like filling in for the shoes of the Hitman Renegade, sorry to remind you, Leo, I know how much it stings you. And I know it also stings you there, Rockhart.
Why do you have?
Me too.
I'm gonna have to see Leo later sulk in a corner again because of that.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, bro.
We've gone through the entire day not mentioning, right?
We passed almost 24 hours.
Okay, you know what? Here's the thing. Bittersweet that Renegade, the Hitman, is not here. But, again, a little bit of silver lining for Blacklist International. Was it not in this very same time in Season 12, early on, that they were also still kind of finding their grounds?
All right. Just a moment, we're going to hear from one of our players, Flap Teasy from AP Bren. Let's get his thoughts on Season 13.
Siguro yung na-discover ko sa sarili ko is yung kahit alam ko naman sa sarili ko na wala akong pag-asa, ganun. Pero di pa rin ako nag-give up eh. Tinutuloy ko pa rin kahit alam kong mahirap. Tinutuloy ko pa rin. Tapos ayun siguro yung naging advantage ko. Kaya naging pro player ako kasi parang never ako nag-stop maglaro eh. Yung pagiging committed ko sa laro, yun siguro yung pagkaiba sa ibang players.
AP Bren's Flap Teasy sharing us his version of his championship mindset. Because we remember, Flap Teasy was one of the most, if not the most successful rookies of all time. Rookie year, becoming an MPL Philippines champion, eventually becoming a world champion way back in M2, and then a slump. A big one at that. Eventually climbing up to be one of the legends, living legends of our league. Determination.
And all of that boiling down from commitment. Sana all, you know? Because
you're saying?
I mean, just because you fall a little bit, you slide up a little bit, doesn't mean you stop.
And that's exactly why Flap is one of the greats. He started to come up into our radar about 2018, into early 2019, and then Season 6 happened, M2, and he's never looked back. I think there's very few athletes in our great game that has the same roller coaster ride and story of perseverance and climbing up and down, success and failure, learning, and then coming back up on top to his prime like Flap Teasy. You know what, looking back in history, he's the only one who has the same story and the same trajectory.
And I think now I fully understand why during the interview of him winning the M5 Grand Finals MVP, he just said, it's surreal.
Surreal.
Because, again, that journey he went through, and finishing a chapter of his story where he became the World Championship MVP. Now we fully understand why Flap Teasy is the legend that he is.
Yeah, that's coming from a time when he would be with Honda, also a former Blacklist player.
Oh yeah.
And he was a little kid watching in MSC.
Next to him, sitting in the audience.
Right?
Yeah.
You saw that
MSC
picture,
2019.
MSC 2019 in Araneta here in the Philippines.
Just to explain to people.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, go ahead. No,
It was just really touching because I remember that time. It was a fun time.
He was in the arena calling the matches, and one of the camera bits off game was
went to him.
Yeah,
went to Flap.
He was still a little kid then. He hasn't even matured into a teenager at that point. He was just
didn't even hit puberty.
You know
he hadn't even hit puberty.
You know the best part is?
What?
Deep inside, he's still just the same kid.
Oh yeah.
After their harrowing loss at Snapdragon last year, when they were dropped by BTR. It was BTR, right? Yeah, no.
Yeah,
They lost Onyx, and then they got dropped by BTR. On the flight back, I sat next to Flap, and we were all sleep deprived, and he was just telling the same story. Sometimes it really do be like that, man. Sometimes.
It do be like that.
It do be like
and then
that.
we just sat there. It's like, yeah, no, you're right. It really do be like that. And again, it's that same understanding of perseverance, of being humble. And this was before he won the Season 12 championship. This was before he became a two-time world champion. At the time, he was already a SEA Games gold medalist.
Yeah.
But the fact that he understands that this is how life works means you will never catch this kid sleeping. You will never catch him being high on anything that he's achieved because he knows how hard it is to climb back.
And it's so interesting because his lane counterpart, Edward, though not exactly similar in their stories, beat per beat, Edward did go through a slump at one point. MPL Philippines Season
That's
9,
fair.
Blacklist International didn't make it into the playoffs. They weren't able to go into MSC 2022 during that time. So we thought, how long would it be until eventually they became champions of the Philippines at 10, and then they got into M4, though eventually trounced by Echo. They made it to the top of the mountain. Not exactly the peak, but they were up there at top. So it's interesting to see the journeys of Edward and Flapteasy. So now here in the MPL Arena, we're going to be looking for the smart game face of the day.
My favorite.
Be the next smart game face of the day.
We watching. Who's it gonna be? Yeah, of course, just flash on the hashtag the power of smart on your device in the green background. Put it on your game face and win a redeemable in-game code. Is it gonna be it? Looks very familiar.
Oh, Reptar, hope you're ready.
Whoa, that was fast.
Whoa. There we go.
Locked
And
it
is that a picture of Vomi? He has a picture of Vomi on his phone.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Asumi?
Yeah, happy birthday.
Absolutely, happy birthday.
If I'm not mistaken, one of the more vocal and very supportive members of the Hive, of APBR. I believe we hugged and cried when APBR won the World Championship.
The same gentleman.
The same gentleman. I was in the crowd there.
He's a hugger.
You got to do the thing. I mean, you know how it works, right?
Ah, fine. Game face of the day, gentlemen.
What was it? I don't know what happened.
There was something going on
There
there.
was second half, dude. There was second half where he was just
It's like,
shivering.
I was like,
yeah. Impressive.
I can't.
Thank
Well,
you.
we're off to a great start already.
I have been
Day
told
one.
by multiple people I'm a very physical person with actions.
Very physical.
There you go.
person.
There you go. He clarified with action.
With
Okay.
actions. I mean, that is what physicality is all about. It's getting hot in here. Oh, by the way, so as we were discussing, of course, Flapteasy, Edward, what they bring to the table as EXP layers. For teams that are very objective focused,
right?
The EXP lane, very crucial.
That's right.
So from that part, let's go a little bit closer. Ogwen and Haji. You know Ogwen? Let's talk about what you guys thought of Haji's performance in game number 1 as we head into the draft for game number 2.
Yeah, Haji really tries his very best, but again, the Minotaur doesn't seem to be hitting the right targets today at the very least, right? I feel like he's barely... I feel like the reach of the ultimate just has to expand a little bit, and then you'd be where you want to be
That's
if you're
right.
picking Minotaur. But right now, just not quite there yet.
Yeah, it was just but about maybe a month ago wherein he was scoring 5-man implosions, right?
Yeah.
The Minotaur just doesn't allow for that. Again, I agree. Rockhart, maybe you do need to extend it maybe a bit, but he's already a very meta hero. I don't think Moonton's going to buff the Minotaur.
Yeah, probably not.
But just the same, I think Blacklist banning the Minotaur means they're going to go for something else. And that's already a great change. If you want different results, you go with the different approach.
Go with the big boy, the big boy.
The Tigreal.
Make it happen.
Tig would be available for Blacklist International if they go ahead and pick it.
How about that show, though?
Oh,
What if they go a totally different direction?
That'd be nasty.
Is that too much to ask?
Throw it back.
We've seen a couple of shows in the past maybe split.
Yeah, and it still works out, honestly. If you want an aggressive jungler who can constantly get info and just constantly be a nuisance to try and break the tempo of your opposing team, a Cho would be a great pick.
Also
That's why it shows up.
very reminiscent of how Sensui played it when he was back in Onyx in Season 10. He played Cho Jungle. It's not that far off, man. He was one of the first people to do it.
Those were different times. And again,
different times, obviously.
A
But,
throwback to Season 8.
Still it's possible.
When Haji debuted with Blacklist as a roamer, he was playing Cho. Oh, but that does allow Nolan to come through.
Yeah. One of the... When he did came out, Sensui was one of the most terrifying Nolan players in the league last season. So AP Bren, as expected, when you have someone who goes in for dive, you want to control it. You pick up a Ruby and a Vexana. 2 heroes in this current metagame that up against dive just gives them a much more difficult time to play.
Ruby just feels so strong right now. I don't know. Throw it anywhere. He's going to do so good.
Yep, it's relatively hard to read, but most Rubies these days end up in the roam. So with that said, there it is. We were looking for the Tig.
And the Nana.
And we are going to be eating good. And Blacklist secures a Nana. Yeah, this is a Nana debut in Season 13.
Yeah. Obviously, I know everyone who plays, you all love your Nanas.
Yeah.
Right now, it's a treat to see it back here in MPL Philippines. And with the Tigreal, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a fun game to watch.
With Claude open for the board here, actually, it makes AP Bren think twice of picking that hero. Because if I'm a Claude, I would be quite hesitant to go up against a Tigreal and Nana.
Oh,
so
for sure.
I felt like that was a good block pick by Blacklist International. It's not impossible to make a Claude work here, but it will be difficult.
Even a Curry, if they pick up the Curry here, it'll be less than ideal. So maybe the Harith becomes a hot pickup.
I see it getting banned, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. exactly.
there
so
it is.
we're gonna have to play the Mexican standoff. Like, who pulls the trigger first? Barat's here gonna be closing up the first half of AP Bren's draft. So there's their jungler for sure. I like the Barats into the Nolan matchup. I think that's safe. I think you're both coming in from different angles, and neither is prey or predator to the other.
And the way Super Marco played earlier, it won't be out of possibility to have Carry banned out. And the Harith, Carry and Harith maybe as well.
Oh man, this is the first time in season 13 that we're seeing, game in series 1 that actually happened too. Gold laners be left out like this.
It's true.
What?
Well, last time Nana was picked was MPL PH Season 10 by Super Friends. I remember that. But has it really been that long since someone played Nana?
Has there been no Nanas in season 11 or 12?
Almost 2 years.
Whoa, that's cool.
Wow.
That fact flew over my head.
Well.
Well, thanks to our league historians for digging that
There's
up.
a carry ban.
Predicted on the carry ban.
For the longest time, I feel like people have been mocking Nana picks, so maybe that's where it came from. But yeah, you can't do that anymore.
Now she's real.
Can't do that.
Fulvius banned though, so there's gonna be more heroes with dashes. Oh, they'll still go Claude.
Go for the Claude, man.
Okay, so they're not gonna. They're gonna play into it.
Yep, it's straight up mechanics. Marco just do the thing. Purify for sure is one of the keys to this.
For sure.
We'll need to. Needs to be a little bit more frontline for AP Bren.
Well,
Depending on what the gold laner might be here.
Yeah.
Yu Zhong, Lapu Lapu for APB might look good actually.
Picks like this kind of put pressure on a Nolan pick to be very, very important. Very aggressive early on, because if you don't do it, you might be in trouble.
And they already have half of a formula. They have the Nana. For Nolan to work, you need a solid amount of burst. You need a solid amount of damage that's reliable. They only have the magic version. They still need the physical. And they have a dead lane. And I'm liking this. I like the Brody. That's an additional level of CC that the Claude has to watch out for.
I feel like a Yu Zhong will be really good right now for AP Bren. But again, also like Lapu, just to make sure you have someone that can reach the Brody. Really crazy version of that would be a Benedetta for Flab, but we don't see that often.
I mean, throw it out there. Still a big possibility. Arlot's kind of open though. I don't know.
Arlot and the Rizzler are
open
open
go
too.
For that.
Yeah, the Rizzler.
XP lane is oddly open right now. And to think that Blacklist actually went for the Thamus. It could have been, if they were looking for a dead lane, it could have been
There's a Yu Zhong.
Thamus or Uranus. But yeah, no. You go for the straight cut to the back. You're finding the Brody.
It's Thamus is Yu Zhong's always a good balance between damage and just being tanky enough. Has enough assassination possibilities as well to kind of tilt the lane in your favor. But it's going to be a slugfest, a spell vamp fest there on the XP lane for sure later on.
Yep. Again, only second to Aldous. The only way you can, for sure, access a backline.
Yeah.
No other hero does the same.
100%.
Between the Toms and the Yu Zhong, though, in team fights, I feel like it might be a little bit more difficult for Toms here because there might be scenarios where Toms goes in, but the other members are just stopped by the Yu Zhong because he's Black Dragon forming and they have to go back.
Yep, it's an absolute way to penetrate a line. The Toms have to do it the old-fashioned way, but the Toms can actually buy time. The Toms actually wins the lane if they stick to it.
Either they use the Toms to buy time a lot, or they play so tight that, you know what, they're going to be able to maximize the Nana damage and the Nolan damage.
Let's see who will win this game. It was Blacklist International falling to AP Bren in game number 1, what we thought would be closer. Suddenly, AP Bren hit a power spike. Will it be the same story, or will the Codebreakers force game number 3? Again, this is the first day of MPL Philippines Season 13. And Yes, we are at that point in that metagame where Tigreal and Nana as the roam in mid is definitely not an epic rank troll pick. Not discriminating though, they've always been really strong.
No.
Oh, here we go.
Biggest.
Early game fights. I think this is one of the strengths that a Blacklist lineup has, especially since we are playing with a assassin jungler in Nolan. And look at this, they're already crossing the line here.
Yeah, they're doing exactly what they need to, which is what we mentioned before. Just play it very tight, though. But the moment that you have a Yuzhong in the middle, that might be problems here.
Oh, no.
And there you go. The Shaw Essence taking damage makes the first blood easy for Kyle TZ.
So it seems like the rotational choice for Blacklist for game 1 and 2 was that, Edward, get out of lane quick because we need you to disrupt Kyle TZ's early game rotations.
All right, let's check out the emblems. Oh, wait, unless AP Bren allow us to do that? Oh, they're fighting. Kyle's in trouble.
Very early on.
What?
Travis here
No
to save
way!
the day once more. No way, bro. No way. It's going to be 1-for-1, but still looks good. Actually, it's 2-for-1.
Okay, so
still a trade, though.
Still trades.
Still trade. Got that. AP Brendo with a slight lead here because of their aggressive responses to the aggressive engagements of Blacklist International. The junglers are going to be off their timers, though, Leo.
I like how, again, if it's just the lane we're talking about, Edward should have the advantage, but AP Bren aren't playing in the lanes. AP Bren are forcing fights elsewhere, anywhere but.
And for some reason, it always feels like it catches Blacklist by surprise.
Yeah.
It feels like, wait, why is there another guy here? Right? The way they're playing it.
Bottom. They're fine.
Okay.
Yeah, you saw
Bit of a fadeaway damage.
Yeah, the health whittling down. Yep, there's going to be AP Bren Turtle without a problem. So then, let's go on forward. What's next for Blacklist International? Because AP Bren have gotten a good little comfortable lead for them early on here.
All right, I think the play is, number 1, get farm onto Sensui. Number 2, threaten Super Marco. And that's why I think Ogwin has already gone to the measures of protecting Super Marco. Because look at this, there's a 4-man coalition down bottom. This is the next best thing that Blacklist can do. Threaten Super Marco and force AP Bren to respond, and then get Haji to do a solid implosion. All of the previous engagements did not really have an implosion on them. So now maybe Blacklist says it's go time.
And if they do choose a go time, it'll be easy for them to go fight.
And let's see if go time and the fight will be found there again. Don't forget about our aspirant skins. First 10x draw 50% off. The new ones, Changa and Leslie, available now. As we look at the movements of the map, again, jungle control, slow and steady. The two teams who have made a name for themselves of being really smart, playing around timers and objectives. Systematic MLBB. That's what we're seeing here right now as AP Bren go for a rotation bot side, but no one's going to commit.
Usually,
Very slow paced.
Very slow paced.
You were saying usually.
Usually it's very easy for teams to counter a Barretts. For some reason, this Barretts is just a little too hard to control here early to mid.
Yeah,
Something happened here.
It's that nombo between him and the Nola that's changing it. Oh, dear Lord, there it is.
Dear Lord, there you go. Perfectly layered as well. Nowhere for Edward to go.
Kyle TZ's use of Detna's Welcome is very point blank. Like, he doesn't allow for it to charge, doesn't really leave Blacklist any time to respond and reposition. He always ends up getting the right target.
All right, so with that kill hit there onto Edward, it's going to be positional advantage for AP Bren of this Lord. You are not going to get knocked back. That was a little bit of a hairy situation him for there. Purple buff of Kyle TZ just about to spawn, but AP Bren still confidently playing around the mid and around the next spawning turtle.
Yeah, I feel like agents all around the world waiting for Sensui to get going here on this Nolan, who seem to be just having a bit of a hard time finding the targets as well.
Yeah, it's tough to be a Nolan at this point in the game, especially you're down 2K and you have Yu Zhong hunting for you constantly. Wait, what?
Oh!
The mid!
Whoa, you blew up few there out of nowhere. I wish I could have seen how that happened, but Kyle TZ is still securing that turtle.
Looks like it was an implosion by Haji set things up.
There you go. Yeah, and it was a one-man pickoff. Still allowed for AP Bren to score the turtle again, second of the game. But as I was saying, I think it's wrong for us to think that the only way Blacklist can clap back is through Nolan, through Sensui. Because again, there's only two things that this hero does, is pick off and kill via cleanups. And if big team fights don't happen, then Sensui's going to have to wait. He's very patient. This is what he showed us in the playoffs of Season 12. But right now, looking at the gold gain, they're down maybe 2,000 gold, and it's in the very right places. It's on Super Marco ahead for AP Bren, and of course, in the XP lane. Because again, Is it just me or is Flapteasy so comfortable with his Yuzhong? He won M2 with a Yuzhong.
Yeah.
That's right.
He got away without a problem. He's letting out a little laugh with that sticker. AP Bren now making one of their signature plays. A sandwich push behind the first tower at bottom to break it down.
And as usual, if you don't hear us mentioning a gold laner's name, he's probably doing a pretty good job. Being stealthy, making sure he's out of the hairy situations, and getting the gold to make sure he can carry the mid to late.
And the fact that it's Super Marco who's actually pushing means it's not exactly peaches for Oheb. Now Oheb has to find elsewhere to farm.
And the more I think about it, I think wait, AP Bren going for an invid.
Is that conceal? Conceal activated? Yeah, just a bit of a deny here. Slow it down. Make sure they can't get the orange buff easily. Haji with a little bit of assist here. Just within leash range, almost got it. Still going to Kaltizi.
10 seconds plus no retry compared to the, or 20 even, compared to the spawn. But I understand now the cautiousness of Blacklist International. Anyone who plays in their ranked games understands one of the worst feelings in the world is a snowball Barretts. So I think that's what just Blacklist is avoiding here. They're not giving Kaltizi that big of an ability to snowball like crazy, and AP Bren will just stomp all over them.
Yep, this is the last turtle spawning already. In just a bit, we might get some feedback on what exactly this snowballed Barats is building up already. 2, 1, and 2. He was soloing too.
He was.
Oh, Lord.
It's there. AP Bren still very comfortable. Sensui!
Sensui could be in trouble, but then again, just not quite there yet. Super Marco, he gets a moment where he knows he can get the kill. That's the only time he goes. Usually he just plays very safe, very passively, but in a good way. I don't know how to say that.
Here we go, confirmed. The ancient, Antique Harass rather, onto Kyle Teasy. And already you're answering 4 out of 5 heroes from Blacklist.
Yep.
It's only Yue that you're really worried about, and Yue has to think about Kyle Teasy eating him up too.
What's Kyle Teasy
Not
building?
quite safe yet.
That's interesting.
I'd like to think half of that inventory isn't reflecting what it should be. So we'll check in just a bit. Yeah.
Check later.
Check in a bit. Unless he's thinking of building something at the top of my head, but you know what? We can revisit it.
That's right.
For sure.
We're okay.
So right now, yeah. At least for Blacklist right now, not really getting, picked off, but with exactly what you're going to go try for. Kaltizi has the hands on Haji. So hard to get out of harm's way here. I don't think anyone could have made it out of that situation.
Yep, Kyle TZ building up to a magic defense item. Can confirm, so he's on his way to maybe a Radiant Armor or the newly improved Oracle, could be.
Yep.
But just the same, he's so tanky. He can face off against the Tams and help push in mid. That's all tier 1s down. Blacklist International. Again, one of their few hopes. I'm really thinking that this could be an approach is Sensui playing a Lord Dance that is very different from what AP Bren is expecting. That's what we saw in Season 12, but then again, that's about 6 months ago.
That's true. And also quite a tall order to make AP Bren, surprise AP Bren at this point.
Yeah.
Even if he does, and again, there is a small amount of advantage in terms of items where you can't immediately go down. It has to be a slow burn when someone goes down to Sensui.
4,000 gold and counting is the difference. Blacklist International, if they find a big setup, big combo, that could be the way they get back into this, but Blacklist International might not be able to get into the Lord in time to contest it. I don't think they will.
Yeah, the smoother damage output here coming in from Super Marco. You can feel it. You can see it from that Claude.
Just for good measure, you see how FlapTC comes in from the bottom? It's like, all right, no matter where, no matter which angle, I got you covered. This is a clean Lord take. And I like how AP Bren are actually taking it very seriously. They did not need to retry. Kyle TC still did.
That's true. That's true. FlapTC is super calculated as well. You notice him flying into these bushes one by one at the right perfect moments. So the calls are pretty good coming in for Bren. You can tell just because of that.
You still got it.
I mean, it went from worse to bad.
Yeah.
Went to the wrong hero, but at least they're same team.
At least AP Bren isn't going to get another resource, but they're just getting everything else in the map. No orange buff needed. We'll just get your tower, your purple buff.
Towers, man.
AP Bren's just on a different level right now, folks. I don't know how else to put it.
Towers getting shredded over and over.
That's it. No more tier 2s. Something to note about Blacklist lineup, again, at this point more specifically than any other, you need good wave clear, and they only really have the Nana. All the other heroes on Blacklist lineup are only good in fights. This is so hard to be Blacklist right now.
If you go on a fight, it is actually, it's hard to go off against a 5-man of AP Bren, who seems to be just monstrous tanks right now.
Exactly, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't, and there it is confirmed. The new Oracle, it seems to be a bestseller. It's selling like hotcakes.
Yeah, Lightning Truncheon?
I believe that one is one of those.
I understand.
One of those things. Unless that's a Athena Shield. I also see an Athena Shield up on our in-arena monitors.
All right. I'll accept. Okay. Yeah, I'll accept that maybe an Oracle, Athena Shield.
So, talk about this because we're talking defense items. Yeah.
Yeah.
Defense items.
He's still one of the most damaged dealt, the most damaged dealt this game.
Gearing up on 20,000. A Barrett's.
Wow,
Ridiculous.
Barrett's has been on the up and up here. All season long, or all off season long, people have been starting to really pick it up. And, you know, the revamp is huge.
All right, quick bit of trivia here. Barat is actually the dude riding the dinosaur.
Yeah.
For all of those who need the reminder.
Right.
AP Bren's actually playing for Lord here, so it's going to be a rather slow pace next 30 seconds. Unless they actually spot someone out. But I think it's in Blacklist's best interest to actually stay behind safety, stay behind their gates.
Yeah, they're not totally out of it just yet.
And you see here, just one team trying to somehow find an opening to turn things around. Blacklist International. AP Bren just looking to end it with the next Lord push. The lead that they have built for themselves. Items, Leo.
I'm liking that Few actually built the Ice Queen wand. Already, if you think that second skill is annoying, and the proc of the first, if you stack it with the rest of her skills, dude, there's no way that maybe even Haji can get in if not for a flicker. If Sensui, if he gets hit with one skill from Few, can even find a way to finish them off. I'm liking it. Even Edward, I guess that's why Edward, Agent Zero on the Tams, despite having a solid matchup against the Yuzhong if they went one-on-one, finds it so hard to peel as a Tams.
Really is.
It's because already even just Few alone could stop him in his tracks.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention the layers you have to go through. Oakland right now on the Ruby, who is pulling up on Edward. Haji, Yue, and Hope close by. It's going to be hard for them to get in, even just Agent Zero. Sensui gets it! Sensui gets it. Pays for it with his life, but if you are Blacklist International, that is a huge cause for celebration.
Hashtag worth it. Hashtag worth it. Empowered waves. A Lord to help buffer that push on top. That is a blessing in disguise for Blacklist International. Yes, Sensui died, but it was worth it. The Cardinal one comes in clutch.
You saw it coming. The Cardinal. On the side. He hid in the shrub, let the minion wave pass, used the Cyclone Eye to be able to get close within retro range with his dash. That allows Blacklist to fight another day, but AP Bren, look for revenge.
Haji very close
Whoa,
there.
interrupted.
And Sensui will be back on the field, ready to go for a take here. Oakland's quite low. Super Marco also could be a pretty prime target.
Abu
but
Jinjing.
it will be Abu Jinjing who is going to be absorbing the damage.
Oh,
There goes
Marco!
the Blazing Duet. And Edward could also go down, able to just dodge on with a hair.
Okay, so Blacklist, their lineup, relatively bad wave clear. Hard vision, that's something, again, that we have to add to the list of things that they need to work on. But, they have amazing punish.
Yes.
In their own base, you have several sources of CC. If I'm not mistaken, same for Sensui, everyone has CC.
Yep.
So if you go a little bit too deep, just like what happened just now, AP Bren definitely could have suffered way worse. I think we're already still reeling from the fact that Sensui stole the Lord. But I think, again, much like one of the games from earlier tonight, Minana, Evos, and TNC, inside the base where Blacklist might actually find solace.
Yep. Sensui has like around, on average, I would say 5 per season since he's joined the league of just insane,
out of nowhere
Lord steals.
He's stolen my heart.
And he's stolen a lot of
that
heart.
one, yeah.
He's an amazing core.
That's amazing also what you can do when you just can throw anyone there.
Yeah.
Right? You can just do it without anyone close by with your team when everyone's watching.
I'm pretty sure he communicated with the team, and I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, that looked like a set play by Blacklist.
And then comedic cut. Arnold Schwarzenegger running.
Yeah.
Susui, no! And then he does it anyways.
He does it.
Oh.
That's what matters.
I just want to say, I think it's also Blacklist's respect of the tendencies of AP Bren. We know how AP Bren at one point almost always will stop damaging an objective just to focus on heroes.
That's true.
That was the window.
So there was muscle memory involved.
Yeah.
As soon as they saw a glimpse of Sensui's shadow, a little bit of his DNA, they were like, wait, what? And then, pow!
Yeah, I know. We're talking about this play over and over again, but look at where it got Blacklist, right?
Exactly.
They're catching up.
They're leaving their base.
Yeah, Super Marco has been capped on items for the past 3 minutes.
Yeah, they have more room to work with.
And nothing much has happened, right?
That's huge. That was a turning point for sure.
If they get another one here, I don't know. I'll just really hope I don't accidentally blurt an expletive. Rock hard. Let's go.
Yeah, we're going to do it. They're going to do
the
it.
thing.
Edward's starting to get in position. Flap TZ on the bush check once more. But Blacklist is on conceal. Who is close by for the rest? Again! No way! Second time!
Oh my goodness!
And the fight is just going non-stop. Ohem might be looking better here in terms of the damage department. He is doing some work onto Flap TZ.
1-for-1 trade, plus a steal from Sensui. Oh man, if the haters are doubting you, do it twice and take pictures. Sensui steals the Lord again, and this time with interest because they were able to trade off with few. Blacklist, ladies and gentlemen, are in this game.
This is unreal.
I know how you feel now with what you felt with Benny Cutie, Leo. Damn you, Sensui! I almost swore and lost my job. What a play! You do. He gets 5 per season on average. He got 2 in 1 game.
And they have 13 more games.
They have 13 more games.
13 series left. Oh.
He's batting 2 for 2 already right now with the Lord steals, and it is unbelievable.
Dare I say, folks, that was pretty legit.
Look at this, the map is blue.
It is. Blacklist are starting to make this lineup work here. Edward obviously still absorbing a lot of damage here from Super Marco. That's something you can't ignore. But Yue will be in trouble. I think he still has a passive as well. So, man, oh man.
At the drop of a hat, the turns have tabled. Look at that. Blacks International doing more than just leaving their base, doing more than just crossing the river. They've actually almost equalized the map. Only but the mid lane tier 2 standing for AP Bren and their inhibitors. Look at that. The steal coming in. And we could have sworn he was going to die to Flap, right?
I swear he could have. I think Kaltizi bumped into a wall there or something. He walked a bit too slow for the retry. And Sensui just was all over it.
Again, I think key to this actually working is the anti-disaster protocol. Get enough farm on your jungler for them to be able to deal the right amount of damage, get him to the right EXP so that his retribution is at the same level as the opponents as they try to steal, so the threshold is the same. And then number 3 is have beyond human reflexes. I don't know how easy to get that third part is, but I've never done it before. I have secondhand happiness for Sensui. This is amazing.
I guess those one of the things where if you have it, you have it. You just know it, right? So I get what you mean, though.
Oh, one of the key questions we ask for this season: what does victory mean for players, for the teams? I feel like if you ask Sensui at this point, victory for me is just stealing Lords. Not once, not twice. I did it for the Blacklist.
All of the Lords.
All the Lords.
Oh, man.
Sensui's victory is pressing retry before everyone else.
Yep.
Basically.
Still can't move on. Twice in 1 game. That's going to be content for a lot of people.
Yeah, but again, will it be enough to actually turn back the game?
If he does this a 3rd time, I'm dropping my headset and I'm walking out. Not because I didn't like what I saw, but because no way. I feel like I'm in a different universe if that happened.
He's hanging out of the same bush.
Yeah.
Same bush.
That's where you put yourself.
Oh, they found Haji.
Oh, they're shifting up priorities here. Haji with Implosion, forced to flicker out as well.
Away.
But that's a few skills being used already for AP Bren. That's Ogwon with the I'm Offended, as well as the Blazing Duet from Super Marco, so that might be something.
All right, Haji did spend his Implosion too, so it's a 2-for-1. I'm sure all of these players are counting resources as well.
Time it.
Something to note, a minute off of Purify. That, I think, is going to be key. Super Marco is not as safe as he once was.
He really has to time his entries. Now AP Bren are going for the cross-map play. AP Bren also tracking around the Lord. Still no full info for both teams of who the other is. They're looking for the Nolan. They're looking for the Tig.
There
Down
it
to
is.
50%.
Info given already. We've seen the Brody down 60. On the bottom side and said, AP Bren, you know what, guys, we can probably do this. No immortality for Super Marco, though. Still no Purify. Edward making sure he is the one that will keep AP Bren busy, but where is everyone else?
Waiting for the cooldown return on the ultimate of their Ruby. Still, the minion wave down bottom is a problem, but Blacklist aren't going to be dealing with it because they know where Super Marco is.
That's the long lane. I think it's in Blacklist's best interest to send someone over there. Unless they're just going for the steal once more. And something to note, since he's hanging out in the same bush, but now UA gonna pop the passive!
There it is. Passive already popped up. Might be risky for Blacklist, but they really have no other choice, don't they?
All that for a passive, since Sui's still in the same Shurub. Minion waves down mid, and bot have to be managed by Blacklist. Edward will have to go back. AP Bren have a slight reprieve and a slight lead for this, but they still don't know where the Zen Master is.
Flapteasy sees him.
Yeah, for the past 5 seconds, since he was actually standing right outside the bush.
Yeah.
But again,
what was that about?
Something tells me it might be on purpose.
Oh!
He might be showing himself so that he can reposition.
Okay,
It didn't really cost him. It didn't really cost him.
It also forces AP Bren to maybe think of a reset here.
Yeah. They know it's covered.
Flap's doing the same thing. Flap's doing the same thing.
Oh, he's showing up. He's showing up.
All right, it's
I like
the tell
it.
of these two teams. Ogwin.
But the focus is here. Near Ogwin.
Oh, he missed it.
He's caught. He's caught up in a very, very bad
Can they
place
counter?
here. Edward Doe and Haji. Very low HP, but still able to walk out.
Oheb's in
Here
trouble.
comes all the skills. They're crashing
Elimination.
down. Haji in the back, and Edward on the other side. Edward. Agent Zero, the first to fall there.
Oh, I see the intent. They were going to try to send Zinsui for cleanup, but instead it went a little too deep, a little too long, and Zinsui could not find the position to get 2 kills off the back of that amazing engage by Edward and Haji.
In different position here, Flap and Sensui are swapped up.
Someone needs to check it.
Someone needs
Do they
to
know?
check
Oh, there you go. He showed himself.
Do
He showed
they
himself.
They have to know.
He showed himself. He showed
3
himself.
times in one game, are you sure? Marco finds Sensui.
And they're going straight for it. Retribution can be enraged.
Terrified.
Sensui is terrified. He's enraged. And he's going to be popped out. Immortality was there. And the Lord goes over to AP Bren.
No 3rd time's the charm for Sensui. Has AP Bren calculated as ever. Gets the next Major Lord. 4th one in this game without Flap though. Can the reigning world champions end this series here?
Something tells me they're going to at least walk away with a clean base. AP Bren are going to sink these waves as they've done right now. There's still another big wave waiting down bottom. And this Lord is actually evolved. So even if Flapteasy is missing, AP Bren's hits actually sting a little bit more.
And speaking of stinging more, I feel like Oheb should start to sting more with all the attention being thrown over to Sensui here for the past how many minutes?
Well orchestrated. Blacks International actually let the waves crash in so that they would have to deal with the heroes and the Lord and the waves at the same time.
We painted the picture of these 2 legendary teams, the names behind them, and they're delivering us a nigh, almost legendary game. I don't want to say it's going to be up there in the greatest games of all time, but damn, it's day number 1 of MPL Philippines Season 13, and this is just damn good MLBB that we're watching right now. The way the Blacklist is slowly clawing back into this, because one man said, I will not let us lose here, not like this. But AP Bren showing why they are who they are yet again. But at this point, I believe the coin is still tossed up in the air, Leo. What are the conditions now for these 2 teams to get their desired results?
All right. At about the 8 or 9 minute mark, we've been talking about how maybe Sensui isn't the only way that Blacklist can win, so that AP Bren can actually, have to think twice about the engagement. Because let's admit it, up until that Lord steal, AP Bren was calling the shots, right?
All throughout the map.
So now maybe something tells me Blacklist has to switch it up again. Maybe they've gotten so used to the fact that maybe we can just keep stealing the Lord. No, what if they actually find a way to punish inside their base? Let AP Bren in.
And they have shown that they can do that even when they were on a deficit. What more now? That the gold is a little bit evened up.
The gold is negligible. Everybody's full build.
You can feel the tension in the air and the very cold air.
4-8 kill score, by the way.
4-8. So many things has happened, and it's only 4-8.
Talk about kill scores. Sensui has killed more lords than heroes.
That's true. That is very true.
That's true.
20
true.
seconds. Haji!
Oh, he's going for it. There goes the big implosion we're talking about. Flicker already committed as well. Ogun already has the immortality used up. This could be big here for Blacklist, but the clapback is real for AP Bren as well. Edward still has emo, but will have to back off as well. There are a lot of ultimates expended here for AP Bren. That was a pretty good move there for Blacklist.
And a round of applause by the crowd here. It's like you're watching one of those 30-minute Iron Man matches.
You know what that looked like? It's one of those moments where in the two martial arts masters who've never met just goes into a full-on sequence and then just acknowledge each other's skill.
All right.
it.
Just walk away.
Yes, this is who you are. We'll meet again in another battlefield, and the next battlefield is that Lord. A pressure onto the push down into the bot lane, and we find ourselves here again. A tale as old as, not time, but this entire series so far, and this game number 2 specifically. Lord number 5 of this game.
We're pushing 30.
Funnily enough, I feel like push is the only way that this game is going to get resolved here. The way the things are going, the minion waves are going to be so much more crucial here. Super Marco up front, no immortality, that's very risky. Haji slows by, he's in position to maybe make an immortality happen, but his flicker is on cooldown. There goes the implosion, slows up Kaltizi, he's on half. Edward's on the back as well, trying to get some attention. Sensui, he's railing, he's riding on the bush, and Edward is going to have to pay for that, but he takes out Field! Sensui forces the flicker out as well, there you go. So many so many battle spells used up.
And another martial arts master moment. Both teams walk away with no casualties. Nobody well enough to fight the Lord, and they both back off.
Folks,
crowd is eating this up as well, by the way.
We're not seeing a lot of kills here. But you have to appreciate the beauty of this game, the respect that these two have for each other's abilities, the timers, the immortalities, the key things you look for, the micro of it all in a team fight. This is why we are the home of champions, why the Filipinos have built a legacy of greatness all over the world in Mobile Legends Bang Bang is because of things like these. We're nearing 30 minutes into game number 2 of our only second series of Season 13. And Haji goes in!
Activated by Haji already. Who did he catch? I think he already caught Ogwin there. And Ogwin already used the flicker as well defensively. Blacklist has Ohem on the side. Flaptizi is going to have to walk off as well. And the Lord's going to be reset. But look at the bottom side of the map being worked on by Super Marco.
Long lane control by AP Bren on point. I think they understood that they're not going to get away with anything. Nobody gets free kills, not at this point, not approaching 30 minutes, so they'll just play the map, and it's much easier, much safer, more free for AP Bren to do that, so they made leeway on the map. If only Edward did not pay attention to that, that would have been a penetration down bottom.
And big props to Edward, by the way, playing this very close to his chest.
Yeah, he's so good at controlling the long lane, man.
These two teams have just been tremendous with controlling everything, making the most out of every ability.
In the middle of a very chaotic environment as well.
Yeah, it's so chaotic, but you can see the gears turning in all the players' heads. Oh, he's going to go in, I'm going to have to cancel this. Don't worry, I can take the damage here because I have an immortality, or if I'm the Nana, I have the passive. Oh, this is just damn good MLBB.
This is art. This art in motion.
Art in motion. That's a perfect way to say it.
All right, so with that, again, Edward can do it. Oheb, I don't think so. So right now, they have to think. Blacklist International has to commit to a plan. Control the long lane or go for the Lord fight. And AP Bren are checking which of these decisions Blacklist is most likely to do.
AP Bren knows this as well, right? They know they can push as much pressure on the bottom side, and Blacklist has no choice but to answer.
I love that Yue actually rebought, or I'm assuming that he rebought his glowing wand. It's because a lot of these fights actually leave heroes at maybe just 1% of their HP. that'll allow for them to not walk away. That'll actually allow them to finish the job.
That burn's going to be huge here in the late game.
Yep. Folks, here we are. The first 30-minute game of our very young season here. It's a cold, late, no, it's not that late. It's a cold night here in Manila, but all this action that I'm seeing is actually warming me up. And I'm sure you watching at home is enjoying it right now. Comment wherever you're watching. Who's going to take the cake here? Is it Blacklist International? Is it AP Bren?
To be fair, we've been watching a Lord Dance impending for the past 5 minutes. And I gotta say, in addition to all of the micro and the macro that they're playing here, I'm just happy that the Lord Dance has evolved to this level, right?
Yeah, we're way past that Lord Dance where everyone's just on the back of the hill and all
yeah.
that.
I missed this. Again, the last time I remember Lord Dance were this hot, where I'd say the winter of 2021, it was a legendary call on the MPLI desk. Napudot pa iti dance floor. When that was a call, it was Blacklist in that match.
Oh, Haji!
He catches him. Ogwen is not really doing much right now, being caught up at all the CC of Blacklist. And while all that's happening, Sensui as well, waiting in the wings.
The minions, now the problem for Blacklist International. Every time they want to make a play, they have to worry about the minions. The lead that AP Bren have built for themselves. But AP Bren's still very wary of everything Blacklist International can bring to the table, and now are also very wary of Sensui's capability to steal the major objective. Close. Will AP Bren call it?
And Haji just trying to push up whoever he can. Implosion is in good range right now, but the HP bars are just not in a good position.
Dear Lord.
Ohab will start to fall. Edwards on the back. Sensui as well. I think he's starting to back off. This could be bad here for Blacklist.
He doesn't make it. Haji!
And Haji, I don't know how he's still alive after all of this. The Flaptease is the one who's actually falling here.
Clutch shave there by Yue. Able to utilize Molina to make sure that Haji will be able to get away, but Edward won't be able to.
Yeah, Edward's in trouble. Immortality's still there, so that's something. Again, by so much time here.
With the drone.
What? Vengeance went online. He could take one. Oh, boy. And now with the addition of Flaptease, that might be it.
That took a minute longer than it should have.
That was cooked.
They bought time.
That's all the time they needed.
Blacklist down 2 men. AP Bren all 5 on the map, but it's not like they're worse for wear here. It's not like all of that. These 2 kills came for free. There was so much effort that got into killing Oheb and Edward here.
It was a whole minute, I think. More than a whole minute.
But finally, after all the action we've seen, is this the winning moment of AP Bren, or will Blacklist somehow pull something out of the bag to force the game number 3? AP Bren, here they are.
Oheb sends second out. Sensui, not the best clear in the world right now.
Flap!
2-man Petrify here, landing up on that dragon.
Haji!
And Yue, their main clear is gonna fall. Oheb, the last minute toward the part memory. Will he have enough damage clear these last 3 tenths here? Ogwen as well. They held on as much as they can. But AP Bren come out on top.
For a moment, AP Bren was probably thinking, not again. Not what Kiboy did to us in Game 1 of the upper bracket finals in M5. But times were different and times have changed. Though it was a beautiful setup by Haji to try and stop everything, AP Bren, after a titanic meeting of legends, go out with a sweep victory over Blacklist.
That's a 32 minutes I'm not gonna forget.
Yeah.
Not anytime soon.
I'm so happy I got to witness that right here. It really did show us and everyone who's watching. It gave them what they expected, which is highest level MLBB.
We may have seen Blacks International walk away with no points, but they walked away with so much more in lessons and in just such an amazing showcase. I think they picked up a lot. Again, this happening on day 1 means the rest of their season 13 is going to be much better than this. How do you top that even?
Yeah, they set the bar. We said it earlier. These 2 teams will set the bar for those who wish to go far. And Blacklist International, though not getting a point here, proved what they can bring to the table here with their performance in that legendary game number 2 against the reigning and defending champions of the world, AP Bren. They will pass by the crowd.
Yeah, so it was a very respectable play. What do you call that? Respectable attempt there in so many avenues, and each and every roll there from Blacklist obviously was ringing with excitement.
And now let's go on over to the stage with AP Bren, Mara Aquino, and Hans Galeria for the winner's interview for the World Champions.
Everybody give it up to AP Bren! Grabe, 33 minutes and 31 seconds. Already such a long game.
You know what? I want to ask the newest member of AP Bren, Coach Trev.
Oo nga, may bagong mukha tayo ngayon.
Parang kilala na kasi natin silang lahat eh.
Parang iba dati, nasa iba ka dati May bagong tayong face.
Okay, Coach. 33 minutes and 31 seconds yung unang naging laro na yon. But how does it feel to now be part of AP Bren at parang trial by fire kagad yung nangyari sa inyo in game number 2?
Tingin ko sobrang may mga mistake lang kami sa Lord fight Kaya kailangan namin ayusin.
How does it feel to be part of AP Bren now?
Sobrang bait ng mga player ng AP Bren. Solid din. Pati management, pati yung boss namin malapit. Boss AJ.
Ang Bren walang binagong players or anything except Coach Trev. Let's give him a warm applause for our welcome with AP Bren. Alam nyo, grabe whatever you guys did sa M5 to Russia, papunta dito, you guys are still doing it. But may narinig ako. Super Marco, come here. Super Marco, sabi ng team manager nyo na si Adi, nag-iba ka na daw ngayon. Maybe because of the lots of yung mga championship na nakuha mo. Sabi nila, iba ka na daw ngayon, hindi ka na daw mahihiyain, mas confident ka na daw, at mas marami ka daw na sinasabi ngayon, hindi na ka na daw one word. Totoo ba?
Totoo po.
Totoo. Oh, okay. Kwento mo naman, ano bang feeling na kahit saan kayo pumunta, champion kayo, tapos first day pa lang, na-sweep nyo kaagad ang iyong kalaban?
Sobrang saya namin kasi nakaka-travel kami sa ibang bansa. Tapos nakapag-champion pa kami.
Totoo nga. Mas marami nang sinasabi.
And can I just say how proud I am of Super Marco? Dire-diretso. At may
Dire-diretso.
tapos pa.
Yes.
And more.
At
Love to see it.
dinagdagan niya, masaya dahil
Tapos,
I'm so proud of you. So proud of you.
And you know what? Let's also hear it from Coach Ducky as well. Kasi, Coach, this is a trend that has been happening for teams na nakakuha ng championship. From Sun Sparks before, they added Baloyski. They got back-to-back. For Blacklist International, who we just faced, they added Aji. They got back-to-back. What do you think about the trend that is happening na isa lang yung kinakailangan to hopefully get another championship after winning the recent one?
Sana mangyari din sa amin. Yun lang yung masasabi. Dagdag si Trip. Traitor ka daw, sabi ng Eco fans. Biro lang yun, biro lang.
They're just hoping that it happens. That's it. Manifesting.
Congratulations once again to AP Bren. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Champion caliber talaga to. Alam mo, hindi talaga sila nagbago. Parang wala silang kaba at all for the first game here in the Season 13.
And bringing the momentum that they've had from the previous international championships and now dito mismo sa MPL Philippines Season 13, just like you said, they haven't changed.
Pataas ang kanilang kumpiyansa, pero titingnan natin kung ano nga ba ang naganap sa setting ayon. Kaya babalikan na natin ang ating mga casters. Pasok!
Congratulations to AP Bren, and of course, thank you to the lovely Mara Aquino and Hans Galeria for the interview with them. I think none of us expected what Coach Ducky said there. That was probably one of the most hilarious interview responses I've heard.
Self-burn, bro.
No one saw it coming, but again, I can't wait to see what Echo responds with tomorrow.
Yeah. Just for the context for international viewers there, Coach Ducky made a joke about how the Echo fans are calling Coach Trevor a traitor for joining AP Bren. Of course, Coach Trevor, the former, one of the former coaches of Echo as well. But Coach Ducky mentioned, don't worry, I'm just kidding around here. On brand for Ducky to do.
Very on brand.
So
And he's
Ducky.
starting off the season strong here, Ducky. Never change.
Yeah. And Super Marco, I gotta agree with Maracino and Hans Galleria. More confident now.
Hey, the difference between one word and two words, it's immense. Let's talk about our MVP this time around. It's Kyle TZ, the second TZ of the new TZ brothers for AP Bren on his barats. Again, for the first 5 or 6 minutes, you could have sworn he was an assassin. He was just out there munching on dudes, spitting them out right into walls. And again, there was a lot of item juggles involved. But when it came down to it, this is what eventually he was building up towards. What we were alluding to, it was eventually, yes, an Athena shield, so he can protect himself from the Nana. There's also a Guardian's Helm, so that he can weave in and out of combat. And then, of course, an item that I think we should start building even more, especially for those tank junglers or even fighters who play the ranked games, the Queen's Wings. This item right here gives you damage reduction, gives you HP, and then when you hit a HP threshold, it gives you a little bit more. And with that said, look at this early game. Kyle TZ. This is 90 seconds into the game, and he's forcing big old 3v3s. This is what we're talking about, how AP Bren are forcing fights where Blacklist aren't expecting it. And just like that, Blacklist claps back in a story. 2 Lord steals. Sensui, this is not a joke when I say Sensui killed more Lords than heroes up to this point. And I think I have to agree with Coach Treb. Maybe they did have a few mistakes when it comes to the Lord's Dance. For the first one, it may have come down to muscle memory, where they were getting ready immediately to turn on any enemy hero that would show up in the Lord Pit. For the second one, it was because FlapTZ may have missed it. And here, eventually, when it came down to it 32 minutes in, where it all just came crashing, AP Bren just ruined Blacklist's box. Yes, there were signs of life, especially when Haji would catch these 4-man implosions, but the writing was on the wall. AP Bren was playing with inevitability. Yes, they were all sitting at about 10% HP each, but if you're looking at no opponents, no enemies, it's definitely going to be a dub. Let's go ahead and check out the numbers that went down in this 33-minute game. 33 minutes, 30 seconds. Already a record we're setting here in Season 13. Eventual gold lead would have just come down to about 1,000. So they were both playing up to juggling standards. Anything odd in the emblem set, I think this is up to the standard. This is the huge, as the kids would say. Something to note as well is Ogwin actually picked up extra HP. Just straight up, just extra HP. That's what allowed him in the early game to actually respond and come up with good peel even without items as this roaming Ruby. And I didn't notice, he did not die. Is that right? Did he not die in all 33 minutes?
So many close calls.
The only hero to not die?
Yeah, he really maximized the flickers and the immortalities. That's insane.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, wow.
Well, that aside, again, Lord count should have definitely been 4-0, but because of the Cardinal One's efforts, skill, and instincts, Sensui just evened the odds 2-2. He killed not but a single hero, but he killed 2 Lords. How about that? Looking at specific item builds, again, you can look back at how defense was the prime objective for a lot of AP Bren's heroes, and then just commit the Super Marco few and your macro and your communications for the finish. Down to the numbers, damage to turrets. Again, I think at some point this had to end because Blacklist caught up all the way into the base. AP Bren was threatened to just losing their inhibitors, but from then on, when the Lord's Dance, the final Lord Dance was left to sit there, turrets weren't touched. That's why this item here froze. Looking at total heals, the only real hero that heals from Blacklist would be Edward. Compare that to AP Bren, who has passive healing. Again, Kyle TZ himself has a Guardian's Helm. He would be regenning off the back. And something to note, FlapTZ, talking about a wingman, he was always in the air, if I'm not mistaken, maybe twice in a single Lord Dance.
Absolutely. I feel like when you see that 100% kill participation on the Flap, yeah, he was checking each and every bush.
Yeah.
Every time that ultimate was up, it was just exactly what you should do. And I love that he really did not hesitate in almost any moment.
Yeah, and I love how both of you here set up the story perfectly throughout our discussions before the game started. You mentioned AP Bren, XP Lane, FlapTZ. Again, these are featured matchup for this game. And then for you, you mentioned also that the Toms will be more by time the impact of the Yuzhong, it's really for more kill, and that's exactly what we saw between our featured players. Now, I know esports is such a booming opportunity, industry, beautiful field for everyone here. So assemble your own community tournament. Be a part of E-Project, esports for everyone, and show the world your impeccable esports prowess.
Yeah, that's for everyone who wants to access tournament mode, free in-game items, diamonds, and more. You can register right there on the QR code.
Yep,
Check it out.
Just scan it there. There have been a lot of tournaments popping up. And I believe after the M5 World Championship win, there has been a bit of a renaissance of MLBB here in the Philippines. So hopefully, please scan that if you are here in the Philippines. But I know other countries and regions have their own versions of this as well.
Yeah. Again, excellence would not reach this stage, would not reach the world stage if they did not start somewhere. And a lot of our champions now started with but one E-Project event and then eventually got discovered. And I'm hoping that the champions of M33 will be coming from an E-Project near you.
Yeah, for everyone who wants access to tournament mode, you keep asking that us on TikTok. Yeah, that's how you get it. So
I hope I make it to M33.
M33 is...
Me too.
Man, oh man.
Maybe at that point we're casting with our children.
Oh, that would be cool. That'd be cool.
You just saw the moment of like fear the moment I mentioned that. But of course,
I'm sure Nicer knows.
We really hope that you join the E-Project for everyone and stick around with us here. This has been a tremendous opening to MPL Philippines Season 13. A fresh new look and vibe for MPL Philippines. Give me one word. How do you feel right now, Rockhard?
Oh man, ecstatic, man. This is exactly why we are the strongest. We just saw it. We just saw it right there.
Leo.
Happy. What? When a word like nonchalant becomes
Nonchalant.
part of the daily vocabulary, you gotta go back to the old classics. I'm just happy.
Happy, man. You seem happy. Very, very happy.
A quick comment wherever you're watching. How do you feel about our first day here in MPL Philippines? It's been great. We saw Minana, Evos, and TNC Pro Team, wherein Minana Evos swept TNC Pro Team. Starting off their run for the playoffs hot with that 3 points. And of course, AP Bren versus Blacklist International going to 2-0 as well in favor of the reigning world champions. Thank you so much on behalf of Rockhard and Leo. My name is Reptar. Let's go back to the stage.
Bagong season, mas mainit na laban ang ating natunghayan para sa unang araw ng MPL Philippines Season 13.
Dahil sa unang laban, we saw Kirk shine as a beacon of hope after Minana Evos gets the sweep kontra sa TNC Pro Team para simulan ang kanilang Season 13.
And for our second series of the day, AP Bren just too hot to handle against Blacklist International, getting their first sweep of the season.
There's gonna be more to come, kaya samahan niyo ulit kami bukas dito lang sa tahanan ng pinakamalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo.
Muli, ako po si Mara Aquino.
At ako naman, si Hans Galleria.
Nagpapaalalang magkakaiba man ang ating pinagdadaanan. Sama-sama tayo sa laban para sa tagumpay. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you tomorrow.
MPL na. 4 p.m. 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 MPL na.
4 p.m. MPL na.
4 p.m. MPL na.
4 p.m. MPL na.
4 p.m. MPL na.
4 p.m. MPL na.
4 p.m. MPL na.
4 p.m. MPL na. Catch your favorite MPL matches every Friday to Sunday.
Only at the MPL Philippines YouTube and TikTok.
4 p.m.
MPL na.
4 p.m. MPL na. 4 p.m. MPL na. 4 p.m. MPL na.